Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads, and after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The line was the edge of the sun on the floorboards, a sharp golden blade cutting across the dark, polished oak. It was the boundary between the East Wing, which Lizette had begun, timidly, to think of as hers, and the West Wing, which remained, in every whisper of dust and sigh of the old house, irrevocably Justice's. Lizette stood on her side of the line, in the light, and looked into the shadowed hall. The difference was not merely one of illumination. The air itself changed there, growing cooler, denser, smelling of beeswax and dried roses and something else. Something faintly metallic, like the scent of a long-closed jewelry box. It was a border she had not yet crossed, a private country to which she held no passport. Her husband, Larry, had said nothing about it, had only smiled his vague, charming smile and said, "The West Wing is just storage, my dear. A lot of old memories, too dreary for you." But a house this size did not have storage wings. It had territories. She had been Mrs. Lawrence van der Laan for 3 months. The title still felt like a borrowed dress, too fine and too stiff. Larry was 20 years her senior, a man whose grief for his first wife was woven into his charisma like a dark thread in a bright tapestry. It made him poetic, tender, fascinatingly sad. Lizette, an assistant curator from a modest museum in Albany, had been swept away by the whirlwind of his attention, the solid, ancient weight of his name, the heartbreaking vulnerability in his blue eyes when he spoke of his loss. Justice had been killed in a sailing accident off the coast of Maine 5 years prior. The sea had taken her body. It had left behind a legend. Green Hollow, the estate, was the legend's cathedral. It was not a home. It was a preserved specimen of a life that had been, by all accounts, flawless. Justice van der Laan had not merely lived here. She had composed a symphony of elegance and grace within these stone walls. The servants, led by the austere housekeeper Diana, spoke of her in the hushed, reverent tones of acolytes. "Mrs. Justice preferred the roses cut just as the bud opened," Diana would say, her voice cool as the marble in the foyer. Her eyes never quite meeting Lizette's. She always took her tea in the library at 4. She could play Chopin so that the birds would stop to listen. The comparisons were never stated, only hung in the air, thick as the velvet drapes. Lizette's tea was too weak, her choice of music too modern. Her very footsteps on the grand staircase were too hesitant, too light, lacking the confident, measured tread that had once echoed there. Larry was little help. He existed in a pleasant, melancholic haze. He would kiss her forehead, call her my new muse, and retreat to his study or to the long, manicured paths of the garden, where he would stand for hours staring at the hydrangeas Justice had planted. His love for her felt genuine, but it was a love that seemed to flow through the ghost of his first wife, as if Lizette were a pane of glass, and Justice the view beyond. The investigation began not with a clue, but with an absence, a silence. The West Wing was never mentioned, never entered. The door at the end of the main gallery, a heavy oak door with an iron latch, was always locked. Lizette had found the key one rain-swept afternoon, tucked behind a volume of Proust in the library. A long, cold, simple key. It felt heavy in her hand, a deliberate weight. She did not use it. Not yet. Instead, she began to collect fragments. She noticed that Diana would sometimes vanish for an hour in the late afternoon, returning with a subtle, fresh scent of lavender and cold stone clinging to her gray dress. She noticed that the gardener, an old man named Alfred with hands like gnarled roots, would always pause when weeding near the west wing's exterior wall, looking up at the shuttered windows with an expression that was not grief, but something closer to unease. One evening, at a dreadfully quiet dinner party with Larry's oldest friends, a judge, a gallery owner, a woman who bred champion spaniels, the conversation turned, as it always did, to justice. She had an eye, the gallery owner sighed, swirling his burgundy. That little Morrisode in the drawing room, she found it at a flea market in Paris, knew it was right immediately. And her courage, the judge added. Remember when she took that stallion after old Henderson said it was unbreakable? Rode him straight across the north field like a Valkyrie. Larry smiled, a soft, pained smile. She was fearless. Lisette, sitting in Justice's chair at the head of the table, felt herself dissolving. She was a smudge on a clear portrait. Later, as Larry slept, his breathing deep and untroubled, she slipped from their bed. The house at night was a different creature. The floorboards creaked with old secrets. The moonlight through the tall windows laid down new boundaries, lines of silver and deep blue. She walked to the gallery, to the oak door. She did not have the key. She simply pressed her palm against the cold wood. From the other side, she heard nothing. Not a scuttle, not a sigh. But she felt a draft, a faint exhalation of that same cold, floral, metallic air. It was the breath of the past. And it was not at rest. The next day, she sought out Alfred, who was trimming the ivy on the garden wall. His eyes were the color of the flint he pulled from the soil. "The west wing," she said, her voice sounding too bright, too young. "Does anyone ever go in there?" Alfred snipped a tendril. The sound was sharp, final. "Mr. Larry keeps it locked." "No." "But why? If it's just storage." He looked at her then. A long, slow look that took in her nervous hands, her too thin frame. "Some things are best left where they lie, ma'am." He turned back to his work. She was a storm, that one. Beautiful and terrible. Left a mark on everything. On everyone. He did not specify whether he meant the house or the person. The fragment lodged in Lizette's mind. Beautiful and terrible. It did not match the saintly portrait painted by the others. It was a crack in the facade. That night, she took the key from its hiding place. She waited until the house was silent, until the only sound was the distant hoot of an owl over the fields. She wore a dark robe, and her bare feet were soundless on the runner in the hall. The key turned with a smooth, well-oiled click that was deafening in the silence. The door opened inward. The air that rushed out was several degrees colder. It smelled intensely of dried lavender, of beeswax, and beneath it, that persistent, faint metallic tang. She stepped across the boundary. It was not storage. It was a shrine, a perfectly preserved suite of rooms. A sitting room, with books arranged not by author but by color on the shelves. A bedroom, the bed made with crisp, white linen, a silver hairbrush and hand mirror set on the vanity. A dressing room, where gowns still hung, spectral and elegant, in the armoire. Everything was immaculate, dust-free. Diana's work. The room was frozen on the brink of being lived in. It felt not like a memorial, but like a stage set waiting for the actress to return. Lisette moved through the spaces, her heart a frantic bird in her chest. She felt like a trespasser in a museum of a life that had outshone her own. She opened a small inlaid desk. Stationery, monogrammed with a flowing GJ. Receipts from charities. A 4-leaf clover in an envelope. Then, tucked beneath a leather-bound diary, she found the photograph. It was a candid shot. Not one of the formal portraits that hung in the main hall. Justice was on the terrace, laughing. But it was not a gentle laugh. It was a wide, fierce, almost cruel laugh, her head thrown back, her eyes slitted with private amusement. She held a glass of champagne in one hand, and with the other, she was gripping Larry's wrist. Larry's face was turned toward her, but he was not laughing. His expression was one of strained adoration, a man looking into a sun that was blinding him. In the background, slightly blurred, stood Diana, her usual austerity replaced by an expression of naked, fervent devotion. This was the storm Alfred had mentioned. This was the real justice, not a saint, but a sovereign. Lisette's investigation became an obsession. She began to piece together the fragments from this new, darker perspective. The judge's story of the stallion now seemed less about courage and more about domination. The flea market Morisot spoke not of taste, but of a covetousness, a need to possess the beautiful and obscure. She found herself studying Larry not as her husband, but as a subject of this reign. His vagueness, his melancholy, were they grief, or were they the shell-shocked relief of a survivor? She confronted him one evening in the library. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows on the walls of leather-bound books. "I went into the West Wing," she said, her voice quiet but steady. He looked up from his brandy. His face did not show anger, only a deep, weary sadness. "I asked you not to. Why do you keep it like that? It's not healthy, Larry." "You didn't know her," he said, and the words were a wall. "I'm beginning to," Lisette replied. She told him about the photograph, about the look on his face. "You were afraid of her." He flinched as if struck. The hypnotic rhythm of the house seemed to pause, the very fire holding its breath. "I loved her," he whispered. "It's the same thing sometimes." "Nash, how did she really die, Larry?" He stood up, turning his back to her, a silhouette against the fire. The boat capsized. A squall came out of nowhere. They found the wreckage. They never found her. Who was with her? A long silence. The clock ticked. No one. She was sailing alone. But that fragment did not fit. Justice, who commanded attention, who fed on admiration, sailing alone. Lisette remembered the judge's comment about her being a Valkyrie. A solitary warrior. Perhaps it was possible. The next day, she went to the boathouse, a neglected, shingled building at the edge of the property where the river widened. It was filled with the ghosts of old leisure, cracked canoe paddles, mildewed life jackets, coils of thick, dusty rope. And there, under a tarpaulin, was the tender, a small, sleek motorboat. It was clean, recently used. She ran a finger along the gunwale. It came away damp. Alfred found her there. He did not seem surprised. "He takes it out," the old man said, his voice low. "Late at night, once, sometimes twice a month. Goes downriver, toward the Sound." "To where?" Alfred shrugged, but his eyes were knowing. "To where it happened." The final piece came from Diana. Lisette, her nerves frayed to threads, finally turned her desperation on the housekeeper. They were in the morning room, where the light was harsh and revealing. "You loved her," Lisette stated, not asking. Diana, polishing a silver candlestick, did not pause. "She was the sun. Everything else is shadow. Even your loyalty to Mr. Larry. Is that just part of the shadow?" This made Diana stop, got up. She looked at Lisette, and for the first time, The mask of cold service slipped, revealing a fanatic's zeal. My loyalty is to her wishes, to her memory. He understands that. He lives with it, as we all do. What wishes? Lisette pressed, her pulse hammering in her throat. Diana's smile was thin and bitter. That nothing ever change. That green hollow remain hers. That he never forget, not for a single moment, what he lost, or what he did. She caught herself, the fanaticism shuddering behind her eyes once more. She picked up her polishing cloth and left the room. Or what he did. The words hung in the air, more solid than the furniture. Lisette stood frozen, the fragments swirling in her mind. The locked wing, Larry's haunted relief. The nightly boat trips, the metallic scent in the cold air. The fear in his eyes in the photograph. Diana's possessive guardianship. The storm that was justice. She understood then. The accident was no accident. Larry had not lost her to the sea. He had delivered her to it. The revelation did not come as a shock, but as a slow, chilling tide of certainty. It explained everything. The guilt that was not quite grief. The preservation of the shrine. A monument to his crime, not his love. Diana's complicit silence, bought perhaps with money or with the shared secret. Justice had been unbearable, a beautiful tyrant. Larry had seen a squall on the water and seen his chance for freedom. Or perhaps it had been a fight, a terrible final argument that ended in a push, a fall, the dark water closing over that fierce laugh. That night, Larry did not come to bed. Lisette knew where he was. She walked to the window overlooking the river. The moon was a sliver, casting just enough light to see the sleek shape of the tender cutting through the black water, moving silently downstream. He was going to his private altar, to the place where he had unmade his wife, to kneel in the guilt that was now the foundation of his life and of hers. She did not feel fear or anger. She felt a profound, unsettling clarity. She was not the new wife. She was the next custodian of the secret, the heir to the silence. To leave would be to expose him, to shatter the elegant world of Green Hollow and face the scandal, the investigations, the messy, public truth. To stay was to live in the shrine, to become another piece of the preserved past, to walk the line between the light and the shadow forever, knowing what lay behind a locked door. She thought of calling the police. She thought of packing a bag. She thought of confronting him when he returned, pale and damp with river mist. She did none of those things. When the sky began to lighten from black to indigo, she heard the soft crunch of gravel on the drive. She went downstairs. Larry entered through the terrace door, his hair damp, his eyes hollow. He smelled of cold water and night. They looked at each other across the vast, dim foyer. No words passed. None were needed. In his eyes she saw that he knew, she knew. In her silence, he saw her decision. He gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod, a pact sealed in the gray dawn. Lisette turned and walked back toward the east wing. She paused at the line of sunlight now beginning to creep across the floorboards from the tall window. The boundary. It seemed less sharp now, blurred at the edges. She stepped over it, into the light that was not quite warm, not quite her own. Later that morning, Diana brought her tea in the library. She set the tray down on the table beside the chair that had been Justice's favorite. Lisette did not look up from the book she was not reading. "Will there be anything else, Mrs. van der Laan?" Diana asked. Her voice held a new note, a faint, grim respect. "No, Diana," Lisette said, her voice calm, distant. "That will be all." The housekeeper left, closing the door softly behind her. Lisette listened to the retreating footsteps. She looked out the window at the perfect, endless lawn, at the river gleaming in the distance. The investigation was over. The mystery was solved. The crime scene was not a patch of turbulent ocean, but this entire beautiful, suffocating house. And she had chosen to remain within it. The suspense dissipated then, not with a bang, but with the quiet click of a door latch. It left only the routine of the day ahead. Lunch at 1, a walk in the garden at 3, the distant sound of a motorboat on the water, the lingering scent of lavender and cold stone, and the long, slow passage of time in a museum where she was now both visitor and exhibit. The line between light and shadow was still there on the floor, but it no longer mattered which side she stood on. The days that followed were marked by a new and terrible quiet. It was not the quiet of peace, but of a balance achieved. A tension so perfectly calibrated, it felt like stillness. Larry was more attentive, in a distant, formal way. He brought her small gifts, a book of poetry, a cashmere shawl. They were offerings, she understood, laid at the altar of her silence. She accepted them with a polite smile that felt painted on. She began to take her tea in the West Wing. It was her own idea, a perverse test of her new role. The first time she unlocked the door and sat in the delicate silk-upholstered chair by the cold fireplace, she expected to feel Justice's outrage, a psychic violence in the air. Instead, she felt only the profound emptiness of a stage after the lead actor has permanently exited. The room was a shell. The power had never been in the objects, but in the memory of the woman who used them, and in the fear of those she left behind. Now that Lisette held the same secret, the room held no terror. It was simply a room. Diana found her there one afternoon. The housekeeper froze in the doorway, a flicker of something like panic in her eyes before the familiar frost reformed. "I was coming to dust," she said, her voice tight. "That won't be necessary," Lisette replied, not looking up from the monogrammed stationery she was idly shuffling. "I'll let you know if it needs attention." The power shift was subtle, absolute. Diana gave a curt nod and withdrew. She no longer spoke of Justice's preferences. The comparisons ceased. Lisette had not become Justice. She had become the curator of Justice's absence, a position of even greater authority. Larry's nocturnal voyages continued, but they changed. He no longer returned, looking haunted. He looked resolved, almost clean. One morning, after such a trip, he suggested they have breakfast on the terrace. The sun was warm, the coffee hot and bitter. "I've been thinking," he said, stirring his cup slowly. "The Morrisseau in the drawing room. It never suited the light there. Your eye is better. Perhaps you'd like to move it, or even sell it. It's yours to do with as you wish." It was a bribe, of course. A transfer of spoils. She met his gaze. The hypnotic sadness in his blue eyes was still there, but it was layered now with a watchful, practical calculation. He was managing her, as he must have once managed Justice, until he could not. "I'll consider it," she said. That night, she dreamt of the sea. Not the violent, squalling sea of the accident, but a flat, gray, endless expanse. She was standing on the shore, and a figure was walking out into the water, fully dressed. It was not Justice. It was herself. The water rose to her waist, her shoulders, and then covered her head without a ripple. She woke, not with a gasp, but with a deep, cold certainty in her lungs. She started taking long walks, not in the manicured gardens, but beyond the estate walls into the wilder woods that bordered the property. The earth was soft and damp, the air rich with decay and growth. One day, she found a path she hadn't noticed before, overgrown with brambles. It led to a small, neglected cottage, likely once a gamekeeper's lodge. The roof sagged, and ivy choked the windows. Peering through a grimy pane, she saw a space empty of everything but dust and a single broken chair. It was the first place on the property that held no memory of Justice. She began to visit the cottage daily. She did not clean it or claim it. She simply sat on the mossy step, listening to the wind in the pines. It was the only place where the air did not smell of lavender and beeswax. Here, it smelled of pine needles and wet earth. It was here, a week later, that Alfred found her. He approached slowly, as if not to startle a wild creature. He held his cap in his hands. "Ma'am." "Alfred." He looked at the cottage, then back at her. "This was my father's place, long time ago." She nodded, waiting. He cleared his throat. A rough sound. He was a quiet man. Liked the solitude. Knew the woods like his own hand. Alfred paused, his flinty eyes on the trees. Some folks need a great house. Some need just a quiet corner. Both are ways of living. He was offering her a fragment, not of the past, but of a possible future. A quiet corner. "Thank you, Alfred," she said. He nodded, replaced his cap, and melted back into the woods. That evening, Larry announced he was going to the city for a few days on business. He kissed her cheek, his lips cool and dry. "Hold the fort, my dear," he said, and the old endearment sounded like a command. The house, in his absence, did not relax. It became watchful. Diana's movements were silent, her presence a constant faint pressure at the edge of every room. Lisette took her meals in her room. On the second night, driven by a restlessness she could not name, she went again to the west wing. This time, she went to the dressing room. She ran her hands over the gowns, the silks and satins whispering of another woman's body. From the back of the armoire, she pulled out a coat she hadn't noticed before, a heavy, oilskin sailing coat, the kind worn against spray and cold wind. It was heavy. She went to hang it back, and something clunked dully in the pocket. Her fingers, cold and stiff, closed around a small, hard object. She drew it out. It was a woman's wristwatch, expensive, with a mother-of-pearl face. The glass was cracked. The hands were frozen at 3:17. The leather band was stained, not with salt water, but with something dark and rusty that could only be blood. It had dried into the grain. Lisette stood in the silent, perfumed room, the cold watch in her palm, the metallic scent she had always smelled here. It wasn't just cold stone. It was this final hidden fragment. Justice had not gone quietly into the water. There had been a struggle on the boat. The squall had not come out of nowhere. It had arrived in the middle of a violence. Larry had not simply seized an opportunity. He had fought for his life, or for his freedom, and he had won. The watch was not kept here as a mistake. It was a relic, a trophy. Perhaps he needed to see it, to touch it, to confirm the terrible thing was real. Or perhaps Justice had left it here herself, before that last, fatal sail. Lisette slipped the watch back into the pocket of the coat and returned the coat to the armoire. She left the west wing, locking the door behind her. She did not return to her room. She walked downstairs, through the sleeping house, and out the terrace doors into the night. She walked to the river's edge, to the boathouse. The tender was there, bobbing gently on the dark water. She did not get in. She looked across the river, to the woods, to where the ruined cottage was a darker patch in the darkness. The quiet corner. She understood now that her choice was not binary. It was not merely stay or go, silence or exposure. There was a third path, one that Alfred had hinted at. It was the path of knowing and waiting and holding the truth not as a weapon, but as a key to a different kind of freedom. She turned her back on the water and looked up at Green Hollow, its windows black and sightless. She was not an exhibit. She was the archivist. And an archivist could, in time, decide what the record showed. She walked back to the house, her footsteps on the gravel the only sound in the vast, waiting night. The story was not over. It was simply waiting for her to turn the page. The following afternoon, a courier arrived with a package for Larry. Diana, after a moment's hesitation, brought it to Lisette in the library. "For the master," she said, placing the slim, stiff envelope on the desk. "Thank you, Diana. I'll see he gets it." Lizette's tone dismissed her. After the door closed, she picked up the envelope. It was from a law firm in the city, one she did not recognize. The package was not sealed. A corner of the flap had come loose in transit. It would be a simple thing to slide a letter opener along the seam, to see what business required such formal, urgent parchment. She did not open it. Instead, she placed it squarely in the center of Larry's blotter. The act of leaving it untouched felt more powerful than any clandestine reading. It was a declaration that some boundaries, however newly drawn, would stand. When Larry returned 2 days later, he went straight to the library. She heard the rustle of paper, then a long silence. He emerged, the envelope in his hand, his face carefully neutral. "This came," he said. "I saw," she replied. They were in the hall, that vast space where their pact had been sealed. "I didn't open it." "I know you didn't." He seemed almost disappointed, as if he had prepared for a confrontation that would not come. "It's nothing of importance, a minor tax matter on some overseas holdings." "Of course," she said, and continued up the stairs. The watch and the oilskin coat was a ghost between them, a sharper, more dreadful ghost than Justice herself. Lisette found her thoughts circling it, that stopped moment of violence. 3:17. Had it been morning or afternoon? The squall was said to have come at dusk, so it was afternoon. The light would have been failing, the wind picking up. She imagined the crack of the face, the struggle that must have preceded it. She wondered if the blood was Larry's or Justice's. The thought that it might be his, that she had fought back, savagely, brought Lisette a strange, grim satisfaction. She began to sketch. She had not drawn in years, not since art school, before the gallery job, before the slow narrowing of her life. She used a plain notebook and a charcoal pencil, sitting on the step of the gamekeeper's cottage. She drew the gnarled roots of an oak, the intricate lattice of a bare honeysuckle vine. She drew the cottage itself, its sagging lines and blank windows. She did not draw people. She did not draw the house. One sketch she kept separate, hidden between the pages of a heavy art book in the library. It was of the watch, rendered in precise, painstaking detail. The crack on the face like a bolt of lightning, the stain on the band a dark cloud. She did not write 3:17. The numbers were there, but she left the hands off. It was time suspended, a moment waiting to be filled. Larry noticed her absences, her quiet preoccupation. "You're spending a lot of time outdoors," he remarked one evening. "The weather's turning. You'll catch a chill." "I like the chill," she said. "It's clarifying." He studied her, his banker's eyes assessing a new variable. "You're different, Lisette. I'm what Greenhollow has made me." She held his gaze until he looked away. The next time he took the boat out, she did not watch from the window. She walked. She followed the riverbank, keeping to the trees, a shadow moving parallel to the dark water. She could not keep pace with the motor, but she knew where he was going. The river bent sharply a mile downstream, around a rocky promontory where the water was deep and treacherous. The locals had a name for it: the Widow's Turn. It was where Justice had supposedly been lost. Lisette reached the turn as the moon emerged from a bank of clouds. She saw the tender, a black shape on the silvered water, motionless. Larry was not kneeling in prayer. He was standing in the boat, perfectly still, looking down into the depths. He held something in his hand, small and pale. A stone, perhaps, or a shell. He held it for a long time, then drew back his arm and threw it. The small white object arced through the moonlight and vanished with a faint plink. Then he did something extraordinary. He raised his other hand to his face. Even from that distance, in the uncertain light, Lisette could see the shudder that passed through his frame. He was not mourning. He was weeping. It was not the gentle sadness of grief, but the raw, ragged agony of guilt. The sound, carried across the water, was a low animal moan that tore at the night's silence. Lisette drew back deeper into the shadows, her heart hammering. This was not the calculated killer she had pieced together. This was a man being devoured from the inside. The relief she had once perceived in him was not freedom. It was the brief, numb respite between bouts of horror. He started the engine and the boat turned, heading back. Lisette stood frozen long after the sound had faded, the echo of his weeping lingering in the air more palpably than the scent of the pines. The story shifted again, the fragments rearranging. Perhaps it had been an accident. A terrible fight. A shove. A fall that cracked a skull on the deck before the body went over. An accident born of a toxic marriage, but an accident nonetheless. And the cover-up, the lie, had become a prison far worse than the marriage itself. She walked back slowly, the cold seeping into her bones. The house loomed ahead, its windows now glowing softly with the lamps Diana had lit. It looked less like a museum and more like a lantern, a beacon in the darkness that was also a trap. She entered through the terrace door. Larry was there, pouring a brandy at the cart in the drawing room. His back was to her, but she saw the tremor in his hand as he lifted the decanter. He heard her step and turned. His eyes were red-rimmed, but his voice was steady. "Out walking?" he asked. "Yes," he said. "It's a clear night." "So it is." He took a sip of brandy. "I've been thinking, that cottage you like in the woods, it's fallen down, but it could be repaired, made habitable. A studio, perhaps, for your drawing." The offer was so timely it was sinister. Had he seen her? Had Alfred reported her movements? Or was his guilt now seeking to buy her comfort, to build her a gilded cage within the larger one? "It's a kind thought," she said. "I'll consider it." She went upstairs, but not to her room. She went to the west wing. She unlocked the door and went straight to the armoire. She took the watch from the oilskin pocket. The bloodstain was a dull brown in the lamplight. She held it in her closed fist, the cracked face digging into her palm. She knew then what she would do. She would not expose him. She would not flee. She would have the cottage repaired. She would move her things there, slowly, over time. She would create her quiet corner, her archive. And she would keep the watch. Not as a weapon, but as a compass. A reminder of the truth that lay beneath the calm surface of Green Hollow. A truth that was not simple murder, but a complex human tragedy that had claimed multiple victims. She would live on the estate, but not in the house. She would be the archivist in the garden, the quiet observer. And Larry, bound to her by his secret and her mercy, would let her. It was a new kind of balance, more fragile and more real than the last. She placed the watch back in the coat, and then she left to the west wing, locking the door behind her for what she knew, with a calm finality, would be the last time. The past could keep its relics. She was walking into the gray, uncharted territory of the present. The repairs to the cottage began within the week. Larry hired men from the village, and the sound of hammers and saws echoed through the woods, a new and purposeful rhythm. Lisette supervised from a distance, offering only the occasional nod or quiet suggestion. She asked for a large north-facing window, and for the old fireplace to be made sound. She did not ask for electricity. Larry, surprised, agreed. Diana viewed the project with a simmering, silent disapproval. It was a breach in the natural order. The lady of the house was retreating to a hovel, but her authority had been neutered, and she confined her protests to the aggressive polishing of silver already gleaming. One afternoon, as Lisette was arranging for her books to be moved, Alfred appeared at the cottage door. He carried a wooden crate. "Thought these might be of use," he said, his voice gruff. Inside were old mason jars, a cast-iron kettle, a hurricane lamp, and a thick woolen blanket of military gray. "My father's things. Good, plain stuff." "Thank you, Alfred." She met his eyes. "They're perfect." He gave a single nod. He liked the quiet, but he also liked to know he could see the main house if he needed to. Just a glimpse through the trees. He pointed to a spot where, indeed, a single gable of Green Hollow was visible, a dark triangle against the sky. "A reminder," he said, "not a tether." It was the most he had ever said to her at once. She understood he was giving her a blueprint, not just for living in the cottage, but for living with the house. "A reminder," she echoed. He touched his cap and left. That night, Larry dined with her in the main house, a formality that felt increasingly obsolete. "Over soup," he said. "The Morisot is being crated tomorrow. Sotheby's expects a significant price. The proceeds will be deposited into an account for you, for the cottage and whatever else you might need." It was a settlement, a tidy financial severance from the life she was meant to lead in his gilded halls. She accepted with the same polite smile. "That's very generous." It's practical," he corrected, but his eyes held a plea for her to see it as something more. He needed her to be bought, to be complicit in this clean financial absolution. She let him have the illusion. The day she finally moved her last box, the cottage was still raw with the smell of fresh timber and mortar. But her few belongings, her books, her sketches, the simple pottery she had begun to collect, made it hers. She built a fire in the hearth as the autumn light faded and lit Alfred's lamp. From her new window, she could see the light in Larry's study at Green Hollow. She imagined him at his desk, the empty space on the wall where the Morisot had hung, the silence of the house now absolute. He was alone with the grand echoing truth of what he had done. Her absence was a louder accusation than her presence had ever been. She took out her sketchbook and opened to a fresh page. For a long time, she looked at the blank paper. Then she began to draw. Not the watch, not the house, not the trees. She began to draw the river. She drew the gentle curve of the bank, the dark swirl of the water at the widow's turn. She drew the suggestion of a boat, a mere ghost of lines, and in it, two figures that were not detailed enough to be faces, only shapes leaning toward each other in a way that could be conflict or embrace. She let the charcoal blur at the edges, so the water and the sky and the moment all melted into one gray, unresolved whole. It was not a record of fact. It was a record of the mystery. Her first entry in the new archive. A soft knock came at the cottage door. It was not Alfred's firm rap. She closed the sketchbook and opened the door to find Larry standing on the mossy step, holding a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. He looked out of place, his fine coat too elegant for the rough setting. "I thought you might like a housewarming," he said, his attempt at lightness falling flat. She stepped back to let him in. He entered, his eyes taking in the small, firelit room, the humble possessions. He saw the sketchbook on the table, but did not touch it. He uncorked the wine and poured, his movements precise. They sat in the 2 chairs before the fire. The silence was not comfortable, but it was shared. "It's quiet here," he said finally. "Yes." He swirled the wine in his glass. "Do you have everything you need?" "I have what I need," she answered. He nodded, staring into the flames. The guilt was on him tonight, a heavy mantle. She could see the weight of it in the slump of his shoulders. He had come for absolution, but she would not give it. She would only give him this, her presence on the edge of his world, a witness who chose to stay but refused to forget. After a while, he set down his untouched glass and stood. "I'll leave you to your peace." At the door, he paused. "Good night, Lisette." "Good night, Larry." She watched his figure retreat up the path, swallowed by the darkness between the trees. She closed the door and bolted it. The fire crackled. The wind sighed in the pines. In the quiet corner, she had claimed, the only sound was the turning of a page and the soft, sure stroke of charcoal on paper, beginning the next drawer. Story 2. The single bulb in the corridor swayed, a lazy pendulum on a frayed wire, casting long liquid shadows that pooled and shifted on the steel deck. It was the only movement in the forward torpedo compartment of the K-129, a vessel whose true name was a number in a locked file in Moscow. The light was unsteady because the boat was running deep, and the sea, even at 500 meters, had a pulse. The shadows stretched like grasping fingers toward the sealed hatch of compartment 3, as if the darkness itself remembered the thing that had happened there, the recent disturbance that had left the air tasting of ozone, fear, and something coppery beneath the lemon-scented antiseptic. His name was Iosif, but for 10 years, to the men who sailed with him, he had been Kapitan Pervogoranga Iosif Volkov. Now, standing alone in that quivering light, he was simply Josh, a name he had plucked from a tattered American paperback found in a Rigaport market, a name that felt like a key to a door he had not yet seen. He placed a palm against the cold steel of the hatch. The vibration of the twin screws was a song in his bones, a deep, thrumming lullaby of power and isolation. He was changing the song. He was rewriting the score. And in doing so, he had become a ghost haunting his own ship. The sequence had begun 48 hours earlier, in the Barents Sea, under a cloak of Arctic twilight. The order, crackling through the secure buoy antenna, was not unexpected. It was the final verification for Operation Silent Sickle. Coordinates for a patrol box in the North Atlantic, a silent drift into the launch position. A first strike posture. Volkov had read the cipher, his face a placid mask of granite, while inside him something crystalline shattered. He thought of his father, a minor party functionary in Minsk, who believed in the radiant future with a dull, unshakable faith. He thought of the pale, anxious face of his sister, who had whispered of empty shelves and the midnight knock on a neighbor's door before the line went dead. He thought of the ocean, not as a battlefield, but as a vast, dark cathedral. He gave the order, but not the one from Moscow. He ordered a new course, southwest, deeper. On the surface, in a windowless room at the Office of Naval Intelligence in Suitland, Maryland, the anomaly bloomed on a large green-tinted screen. Lieutenant Aaron Klein watched the blip that was K-129 deviate from its predicted track. It was a subtle thing, a matter of degrees, but to Klein, who had spent 7 years listening to the whispers of the deep, it screamed. His colleague saw a possible navigational error, a testing of acoustic shadows. Klein saw intention. He saw the vector of a man making a choice. He had built a phantom profile of Volkov from intercepted radio checks, maintenance requisitions, the psychological assessments smuggled out by a now-vanished Czech asset. He believed he knew the shape of the silence in the man's soul. While his superiors prepared alerts for the Atlantic Fleet, seeing only a rogue submarine, a trigger for war, Klein argued for a different calculus. "He's not coming to attack," he said, his voice quiet in the humming room. "He's coming to defect. He's bringing us the whole damn boat." The chase was not a sprint, but a slow, dreadful ballet conducted in absolute blackness. American attack submarines, Los Angeles-class Greyhounds, were vectored to intercept. Soviet surface vessels, alerted by the glaring gap in their underwater picket line, began a frantic, widening search. The airwaves filled with encrypted shrieks. In the Kremlin and the White House, men in fine wool suits stared at maps, their fingers resting near phones that could unleash fire. The world held its breath, balanced on the edge of a knife forged in the Cold War. Aboard the K-129, the tension was a physical presence, thicker than the humid air. The crew, 120 men of steel and salt, moved through their duties with a mechanical precision. But their eyes darted. They watched their captain. Volkov maintained the fiction of a drill, a combat exercise of unprecedented secrecy. He addressed them in the control room, his voice the same calm, authoritative instrument it had always been, but his eyes, those pale gray eyes, held a new and terrifying light. "We are testing their boundaries," he said. "We are proving that the motherland's reach is longer and quieter than they dream." Some believed. The political officer, Zakharov, a man with the smile of a clerk and the heart of a viper, did not. The conflict played out in whispers and loaded glances. In the sonar shack, where the ping of active search sonar from a Soviet destroyer group echoed like a hammer on a coffin lid. In the galley, where the cook's usual jokes fell flat into the silence. In the officers' mess, where Zakharov leaned across the table, his breath smelling of bad coffee and suspicion. "The course, Captain. It does not align with the exercise parameters from Fleet Command." Volkov sipped his tea, the china absurdly delicate in his large, scarred hand. "Parameters change, Comrade Zakharov. The ocean teaches its own lessons. Would you care to review the tactical log?" It was a bluff. The log was a masterpiece of careful fiction. The stare between them was a duel. Klein, in his Maryland tomb, was Volkov's only ally in the world. He fought the hawks in his own chain of command, who saw the approaching submarine as a Trojan horse, a final, brilliant Soviet trick to get a nuclear strike within minutes of the eastern seaboard. "He's had 48 hours, argued Admiral Shaw, a man who viewed the ocean as a chessboard. If he wanted to defect, he'd have surfaced and flown a white flag. Klein shook his head, his mind in the dark with Volkov. He's not defecting to save his skin. He's delivering a statement. He's bringing the weapon itself to our doorstep and saying, "See, this is what we have been building. This is the madness. He needs us to understand. He needs to see that we understand." Beneath the waves, understanding was a luxury running out. A Soviet Alpha-class attack sub, all titanium and fury, found them. Its sonar ping was a razor drawn across the hull, a formal announcement of death. Volkov ordered silent running. The giant boat became a tomb. Men stopped moving. Machinery was shut down. They hung in the black water, listening to the hunter circle. The only sounds were the creak of the pressure hull, the frantic beat of 100 hearts, and the slow, dripping sweat from a pipe in the auxiliary room. The Alpha's commander was a rival, a man named Vostrikov, whom Volkov had beaten out for the K-129 command. Vostrikov would not question an order to destroy. He would relish it. In the suffocating quiet, Volkov went to his cabin. From a hidden panel, he removed not a weapon, but a small, watertight case. Inside was the defector's kit. Maps, frequencies, codes, and a letter, written his precise Naval Academy script. It was addressed to no one, and to everyone. It spoke of a child's fear of sirens, of a father's broken idealism, of the profound, blasphemous silence of God in the face of the machines men built to speak for him. He did not ask for asylum. He asked for witness. Zakharov found him there. The political officer's face was slick with a triumphant sheen. He held a sidearm, not leveled, but present. "It is over, Volkov. The fleet is converging. Vostrikov has us. Your madness ends here." Volkov did not look at the gun. He looked at the man. "What is the state, Zakharov? The one we serve? It is a lie told by frightened old men. It is a shadow on the wall of Plato's cave. I am steering us toward the light. You are steering us toward treason," Zakharov spat. "And you will hang for it. If we surface now, if I take command, I can save the boat. I can save the men from your treason." The struggle was not cinematic. It was brutal, short, and ugly. It was the smash of a skull against a steel bulkhead. a guttural gasp lost in the hum of the air scrubbers. When it was done, Volkov stood alone, breathing heavily, Zakharov's body at his feet. The light from the single lamp swung, casting its restless shadows. He had crossed the final line. There was no bridge back. He returned to the control room, his uniform torn. A smear of blood on his jaw he did not bother to wipe. The crew saw. They saw the dead political officer in his eyes. The senior officers, men who had served with him for years, waited. The sonar operator whispered, "The Alpha is moving into attack position. He is activating his torpedo tube doors." "Aye." Volkov picked up the internal comm. His voice filled every compartment, every listening ear. He did not speak of politics. He did not speak of defection. He spoke of home, of the smell of birch trees after rain, of the sound of a particular melody on a piano in a flat in Leningrad, of the weight of a child's hand in yours. "They have asked us to become death," he said, his voice trembling, not with fear, but with a terrible, clarifying exhaustion. "They have asked us to live in this dark, beautiful world, and to hold the match that will burn it all away. I am taking us to a place where that match can be doused, not for victory, for a ceasefire in the human heart. I ask you now, follow me. Follow me." The silence that followed was absolute. Then, one by one, the men at their stations nodded. The helmsman adjusted the wheel a fraction. The chief engineer gave a thumbs up. It was not a cheer. It was a sacrament. On the surface, Klein received a fragment of an unencrypted, low-power transmission. A voice speaking in Russian. A snippet of poetry by Akhmatova before it was swallowed by static. It was the sign. He slammed his hand on the desk. Now, he's asking for the protocol. He's in the window. He had bought, with his career and his credibility, a single, desperate gambit. A message was sent on an old, agreed-upon frequency used for emergencies and downed pilots. It contained a set of coordinates and a single word: sanctuary. Volkov heard it. He gave the order. The K-129 began to rise, blowing its ballast tanks, a leviathan ascending from the deep. It broke the surface not into sunlight, but into a dense, freezing fog off the coast of Newfoundland. American destroyers materialized like ghosts from the gray. Their guns trained. Helicopters thumped in the sky. The Alpha, robbed of its kill, slid away, a silent promise of vengeance in its wake. On the conning tower, Volkov stood alone in the biting air. He watched a launch approach, Klein standing in the bow, his face pale and earnest. Their eyes met across the choppy water. No smiles were exchanged. This was not a victory. It was a transplant, a diseased organ delivered from one body to another for study. The ending was not sharp, but diluted. The investigation was thorough, quiet, and buried under layers of classification so dense they had their own gravity. The K-129 and its secrets were digested by the American intelligence apparatus. The crew were dispersed, given new names, new lives in small towns, where the ocean was a distant rumor. The political leaders on both sides, chastened by how close the abyss had yawned, crafted a tacit, unspoken agreement to pull their pieces back from the brink. The world never knew. Josh Volkov was debriefed for 2 years in a safe house in Virginia. He walked in gardens, learned to like peanut butter, and never again saw the sea. Aaron Klein was promoted, then sidelined, his intuition too sharp, his victory too quiet for parades. He would sometimes stand on a beach at night, listening to the surf, and wonder if he had saved the world, or merely postponed its end. The mystery never resolved, not truly. Why that man, on that day? Was it the sum of a lifetime of small betrayals? or one single luminous moment of clarity. The files offer motives, ideological disillusionment, personal grievance, strategic calculation. But the truth, the core of it, recedes like a shadow when the swaying bulb stills. It lives in the space between the words of his letter, in the echo of the poetry he sent into the void, in the look he shared with Klein on the cold, gray sea. It was not an act of treason, nor purely one of salvation. It was something more human and more fragile. A gesture, a message in a bottle thrown from the deepest trench of the century, hoping against hope that someone, on some distant shore, would understand the language it was written in. The light in the corridor of the K-129, of course, no longer swings. The boat was scrapped, cut into pieces so small no shadow could cling to them. But you stand in a certain kind of silence in the deep watch of the night. You can almost feel it, the faint, persistent vibration of a choice made in the dark, a course altered, a world turning just slightly on a different, unseen axis. The suspense is gone. Only the echo remains. A quiet hum at the edge of hearing, like the sea in a shell. The safe house in Virginia had a back porch that overlooked a sloping yard, then woods, then nothing. It was the absence of horizon that Josh found most difficult. On the boat, you always knew where the edges were, the crushing pressure just beyond the steel. Here, the world just blurred into trees and sky, an endless, soft frontier. They gave him books. He tried to read history, but it felt like fiction. He tried to read fiction, but it felt like manuals. He settled on gardening guides, their practical steps for encouraging life from dirt, a manageable mystery. Klein visited once a month, a ritual as structured as a mass. They would sit in the sunroom, the tape recorder whirring softly between them on the wicker table. The questions grew repetitive, circling the same moments, probing for cracks in the story. Josh answered with the patience of a man who had already said the only important thing he would ever say. Sometimes they strayed from the script. "Do they blame me?" Josh asked one afternoon, watching a cardinal tap at the window. "Your people." Klein stirred his coffee. "Some do. They think you're a complication, that a clean war is simpler than a messy peace. Others, they don't think of you at all. That's the goal, really. And your Admiral Shaw, retired, writes angry letters to the editor about naval readiness. He still believes it was a trick, that we fell for the oldest ruse in the book. And you?" Klein met his gaze. The earnestness was still there, but weathered now, banked like a fire in a cold house. "I believe you heard the same silence I did, the one in the gap between the official words. That's all." After Klein left, Josh would often walk to the edge of the woods. He thought of the crew. Sasha, the young sonar operator with a gift for chess, was running an auto repair shop in Oregon. Mikhail, the chief engineer, was teaching mathematics at a small college in Iowa. They were fragments of a shattered vessel trying to grow roots in alien soil. They were told never to contact each other, a safety protocol. He wondered if they too listened for the hum. The letter he had written in his cabin was never returned to him. He knew it resided in a vault, an artifact. He had asked once if it had been read by anyone who mattered. His handler, a man with the bland smile of a funeral director, had said, "It's been cataloged." That was the answer to everything. 2 years and 4 months after the fog off Newfoundland, the debriefings ended. The man with the bland smile presented him with a new social security card, a driver's license, and a birth certificate for one Joseph Volk. The name was a joke he felt too tired to appreciate. They gave him a modest bank account, a recommendation for a management trainee position at a furniture warehouse in Indianapolis, and a final firm handshake. "You understand," the man said not unkindly. "The past is a country you cannot visit. For your safety and for theirs." He moved to Indianapolis. He learned to drive a car, a vast, boat-like American sedan. He dated a pleasant woman named Carol who worked at the library. He liked her quietness. She asked about his past, the accent he could not fully shed. He told her he was from Estonia, that his family was gone, that he had been a radio operator on a merchant ship. It was close enough to the truth to feel like a betrayal, and far enough away to be safe. One Tuesday evening, while Carol was at her book club, he was in his apartment, the television murmuring about a summit, new treaties, a phrase called glasnost creeping into the newsreader's vocabulary. He was paying little attention, fixing a loose hinge on a cupboard door. The screwdriver slipped, gouging the wood. He stared at the raw, pale scratch in the laminate, and a memory detonated behind his eyes. Not of the struggle with Zakharov, or the ascent through the black water, but of something smaller. A week before the final patrol, in the shipyard at Vladivostok, he had been walking the deck, inspecting the fresh paint on the conning tower. A young conscript, his face still soft with boyhood, was painting the hull number. His brushwork was careful, reverent. He looked up at his captain, his eyes bright with pride. "She will make them afraid, yes, Captain." Josh, then still wholly Iosif, had merely nodded, a curt, official gesture. But the boy's smile had lingered, a beacon of perfect, terrible faith. Now, in the silent apartment in Indianapolis, the memory broke over him with the force of a depth charge. He saw not just that boy, but all of them. The cooks, the engineers, the radio men, all believing they were the strong right arm of a righteous motherland. He had not just stolen a weapon. He had stolen their meaning. He had taken their faith and shown it to be a shell, and then he had scattered them to the wind to live as empty men. The grief that rose in him was not for the state or for the lost war. It was for that boy's smile. It was a captain's grief for his crew, a shepherd's grief for a flock he had led not to greener pasture, but into a permanent, disorienting exile. He had given them life, but had he stolen their souls? He did not cry. He put the screwdriver down, carefully. He turned off the television. The silence in the room was total, a landlocked silence. He walked to the window and looked out at the parking lot, the sodium lights casting their orange glow. He listened, straining past the hum of the refrigerator, past the distant sigh of traffic. And for a moment, just a moment, he heard it. Not the sea, not the thrum of the screws, but the echo of his own voice in the control room, speaking of birch trees and a child's hand. The silence that had followed, the terrible, willing silence of men choosing to unmake their world. It was not a sound of peace. It was the sound of a door closing forever. He understood now that the gesture, however necessary, was not clean. It was a wound. His life, and Klein's, and all of theirs, was the scar. He turned from the window. The apartment awaited him, quiet, clean, secure. He would go to work tomorrow. He would see Carol on Friday. He would live. He would be Joseph Folk, a man with a past that fit neatly in a file drawer. But now, he knew the true weight of what he carried. It was not the secrets of the boat, or the letter in the vault. It was the silence of 120 men, a silence he had authored, and which now stretched behind him, vast and deep as any ocean. The following spring, Carol suggested a trip to the coast. She had never seen the Atlantic. He agreed, a part of him numb to the danger, a larger part curious to test the wound. They drove to Maine, to a rocky stretch of shore far from any port. The air was sharp with salt and pine. Carol walked ahead, delighted by the gulls and the crash of the surf. He hung back, his feet heavy on the granite. When the water came into full view, a vast gray expanse merging with a clouded sky, he stopped as if struck. It was not fear that rooted him, nor nostalgia. It was a profound, unsettling sense of being seen. The ocean had not changed. It was the same indifferent force. But he had changed utterly. He was no longer a creature of its depths, a commander in its hidden wars. He was a spectator on its edge, a fossil washed ashore. Carol called to him, her voice cheerful and small against the wind. He waved but did not move closer. He watched a tanker on the horizon, a tiny silent smudge. He thought of the Alpha, Vostrikov. Still out there perhaps, or rusting in some forgotten fjord. He thought of the K-129's pieces, melted down to make bicycles or bridges. The physical evidence was gone. Only the consequences remained, woven into the fabric of unseen lives. That night, in a small inn, he dreamed not of the submarine, but of the safe house garden. He was digging, not for planting, but for something he had buried. His hands were raw, the dirt under his nails. He dug deeper and deeper, but the hole only filled with a cold, black water that reflected no light. He woke with a start, the taste of salt on his lips. The next morning, over breakfast, Carol said, "You were very quiet yesterday. Didn't you like it?" "It was very large," he said, which was the truest thing he could manage. "It makes you feel small, doesn't it?" she said, smiling. "Yes," he said, but that wasn't it. It made him feel transparent, as if the ocean could look right through Joseph Volk and see the ghost of Iosif Volkov standing there, his uniform dripping with the same old silent water. They drove back to Indianapolis. The flatness of the Midwest felt, for the first time, not like a prison, but like a bandage, a necessary covering. He returned to his routine with a new dedication. He married Carol the next year. He was promoted at the warehouse. He planted a small garden behind their house. He lived a good, quiet life. Aaron Klein died of a heart attack in 1994. Josh read the brief obituary in the newspaper, which mentioned a decorated naval career, but not a foggy day off Newfoundland. He cut it out, folded it small, and kept it in his wallet. He did not know why. It was a connection to the only other man who knew the precise dimensions of the silence. Now he was truly alone with it. The world changed. The wall fell. The maps were redrawn. The old enemy dissolved into a chaotic friend. Secrets lost their currency, buried under new and more immediate fears. He watched it on television with a strange detachment. The grand narrative he had ruptured had simply found other channels, other trenches. One afternoon, years later, he was cleaning out the attic. Carol was at their daughter's house, helping with a new baby. In a box of old tax documents, he found a forgotten, sealed envelope from his handler. It contained, among the final instructions, a single, unmarked key on a steel ring. A note typed read, "For historical continuity, Storage Unit 717, Indianapolis Long-Term Storage, paid in perpetuity." He drove there that same day, a curious numbness settling over him. The unit was in a vast concrete building that smelled of dust and oil. The key turned smoothly. He rolled up the door. Inside was not a treasure, not a revelation. It was a crate, a standard naval-issue storage crate, stenciled with Cyrillic letters that were faint but legible. He used a crowbar from his car to pry it open. The wood groaned. There, packed in inert foam, was the ship's bell of the K-129. It was tarnished, green in places, but intact. He had forgotten its specific heft, the particular pattern of dents from a long-ago collision with a pier. He reached out, his fingers trembling, and touched the cold metal. It did not ring. It was just a dead weight. But as he stood there in the fluorescent buzz of the storage facility, he finally understood the gift, or the punishment. They had not given him his letter. They had given him the bell, the thing that once called men to action, to duty, to their stations. The thing that could sound alarm or mark a watch. It was the voice of the boat, now utterly mute. He did not take it. He closed the crate, locked the unit, and drove home. He never went back. He understood now that some things are not meant to be kept, only known. The echo was not in the sea or in a shell. It was in him. It was the permanent, quiet vibration of a bell that would never sound again, heard only by the man who had silenced it. He pulled into his driveway, turned off the engine, and sat for a long time, listening to the ordinary, precious silence of a suburban evening, waiting for the ghost of its opposite to fade, just a little before he went inside. The years softened the sharp edges of the memory into something more like a persistent weather in his bones. A change in barometric pressure, a certain slant of gray light, and he would feel the old, cold depth. He learned to walk through it. Carol learned not to ask about the distant look in his eyes, attributing it to the old, sad country he never discussed. Their life was built on this mutual, gentle avoidance, a lattice strong enough to hold a family. Their daughter, Anna, grew up with a father who knew how to fix things, who was quietly dependable, who had no history before Indiana. She went to college, studied marine biology. The irony was not lost on him. She would call from the research station, her voice bright with static over the line, describing the bioluminescent life in the deep water columns. "It's like a whole separate universe, Dad. Right down there in the dark." He would listen, a knot in his throat, and say, "Be careful of the dark." When Carol passed away, it was the expected grief of a long marriage. He mourned her with a solemn dignity. The house felt larger, but not emptier. Her absence was a familiar presence. It was after her death that the past began to feel less like a forbidden country and more like a book left unfinished on a shelf. The world had moved on so completely. The old fears were academic now. The names of the ships and the protocols were declassified footnotes in histories few people read. He was 82 when the letter came. It was forwarded from his old address by a real estate agent, the envelope thin and crisp, bearing the return address of a law firm in Portland. His name, Joseph Volk, was typed neatly. Inside was a single sheet of paper and a smaller sealed envelope, yellowed with age, addressed in a precise Cyrillic hand to Captain Nabolkov. His heart, a tired old engine, gave a single hard thump. The letter from the lawyer explained. A client, a Mr. Mikhail Rostin, formerly a mathematics professor in Iowa, had passed away. His will contained specific instructions. Upon his death, this enclosed letter, which he had kept for decades, was to be mailed to Mr. Joseph Volk at the last known address. The lawyer offered condolences and required no response. Josh's hands did not shake as he opened the smaller envelope. The paper inside was the thin onion skin paper used for carbon copies on the boat. The writing was in Mikhail's neat, technical script. It was not long. "Captain," it began. No name, no date. "I have never written this down before. I promised I would not. But a promise to a ghost is a promise to oneself, and I am tired of carrying it alone. I knew. Not the specifics, but the intention. I saw it in your eyes for weeks before the order. The way you walked the boat, as if you were memorizing it. The way you listened to the silence on the sonar. Not like a hunter, but like a man listening for a bell. When you gave the command to surface, I did not question it. I believed in you. Not in the motherland, not in the mission. In you. I believed you were leading us to survival. In a way, you were. We have lived. I have taught the calculus of infinity to young minds for 40 years. I tell them infinity is not a number but a direction. You set us on a new direction, Captain. We will never arrive, but we are moving. That is the gift. Do not carry the weight of our silence. We chose it. We followed. We live. I tend my garden. I watch my grandchildren. I hear the hum, too. I have come to think of it not as an echo of what was lost, but as the sound of the new direction. Poet propulsion. Be at peace. You are not alone. Mikhail. He read it 3 times, sitting at the kitchen table where Carol had once placed morning coffee. The sun warmed the linoleum. A lawnmower droned somewhere down the street. The words did not bring tears or a dramatic release. Instead, they performed a simple, profound alchemy. The silence he had carried, that vast oceanic burden, shifted. It was no longer a void he had created, but a space he had shared. They had been in it with him. They had chosen it. They had found their own directions within it. He folded the letter carefully and placed it back in its envelope. He put it in the small metal box where he kept his own father's watch and Carol's wedding band. He did not need to look at it again. The message had been delivered, half a century late, from the depths to the shore. That evening he sat on his back porch. The garden was overgrown now, but he liked the wildness of it. The fireflies were just beginning their flickering dance in the gathering dusk. He closed his eyes. He listened past the crickets, past the distant highway, past the rustle of the trees. The hum was still there, but it was different now. It was no longer the lonely vibration of a silenced bell. It was the collective, quiet frequency of 120 lives, scattered like seeds, growing in unseen soil. It was the sound of the new direction. It was not peace, not exactly, but it was, finally, a kind of bearing. And for a man who had navigated by stars he could not see, that was enough. He sat there as the dark came on, a part of the quiet, at last. The next week, he called Anna. Her son, his grandson Leo, answered with a shout, a Papa Joe. The sound was a clean, bright thing in his ear. He asked Anna if she might want to bring the family for a visit. The garden's a jungle, he said. Leo might like to explore. And then, while he waited for them, he began to clear the overgrowth. It was slow work, but his hands remembered the rhythm of it. He found a bird's nest fallen from the lilac, woven tightly from grass and string. He placed it gently in the crook of a branch. He thought of Mikhail tending his garden in Iowa, of other hands in other yards, putting down roots in good earth. Anna arrived with Leo and her husband, Ben. Leo was 7, a whirlwind of curiosity. He helped his grandfather gather twigs, his small hands earnest and clumsy. What's this, Papa Joe? He asked, holding up a worm-eaten leaf. That's a map, Josh said, surprising himself. See the trails? That's where the miners went, looking for treasure. Leo's eyes widened. He spent the next hour collecting maps and laying them out on the porch steps, narrating expeditions. After dinner, while Ben did the dishes, Anna joined him on the porch. The fireflies were out again. You seem different, she said softly. Lighter? He nodded, looking at the pulsing lights in the dark. I found an old letter. From a friend I thought I'd lost. I'm glad, she said, and leaned her head on his shoulder. They sat in a comfortable quiet. Later, putting Leo to bed in the spare room, the boy pointed to the small metal box on the dresser. What's in there? Old things, Josh said. A watch that doesn't tick. A ring. A letter from my friend. Is it a secret? Josh considered. It was, but some secrets get old and tired. They just become stories. Tell me a story, Leo said, snuggling down. So he did. Not the true story, but a true one. He spoke of a great, gray ship that sailed under the ice, of men who worked in a world of constant humming light, of a kind mathematician who loved the stars. He spoke of a difficult choice and a long journey home through a cold fog. He did not say who the captain was. He did not name the sea. Did they get home? Leo asked, his eyelids heavy. Yes, Josh said. They scattered all over the world. They planted gardens. They had families. They listened to the hum of the earth and called it good. Leo was asleep before the story was quite finished. Josh sat on the edge of the bed, watching the boy's chest rise and fall. The old silence was in the room, but it was no longer a hollow thing. It was filled with this breath, this trust, this new life, growing in the space that had been made. He realized then that the letter from Mikhail was not the end of the transmission. It was a relay. The silence had been broken, not by a sound, but by an understanding passed from one man to another, and now, in some form, he could never have imagined, to a child. The direction continued. He turned out the light and went to the window. The moon was a pale sliver. Somewhere, under different skies, other old men might be looking at it. Other grandchildren were hearing stories. The specific truth would fade, as it should. But the bearing would remain. He placed his hand on the cool glass, a faint salute to the night, and went to bed. For the first time in decades, he did not dream of water. Story 3. The smell was always the first thing to return. It wasn't a smell that belonged in a bedroom in a house like this, with its linen curtains and polished oak floors. It was a metallic scent, thin and coppery, like the air after a lightning strike, underpinned by something faintly burnt, like hair or plastic. It lingered in the space between sleep and waking, a ghost in her nostrils before her eyes even opened. Julia breathed it in, and the day began, as it always did, with a blank page. The man was already there, sitting in the wingback chair by the window, a silhouette against the gray morning light. He turned as she stirred. His smile was practiced, a soft curve of sympathy. "Good morning, Julia," he said. His voice was a low baritone, smooth as worn leather. "I'm Jared. I'm your husband. Come in." She looked at him, at the concerned lines around his eyes, the careful way he held his coffee mug. She felt nothing. No spark of recognition, no warmth, no dread. Just the hollow, echoing chamber of a self she could not remember. "Hello," she said, her own voice a stranger's. This was the ritual. Jared would guide her through the house, a museum of a life she couldn't recall. "Here is the kitchen you designed. These are the books you love. This photograph, see, on the mantelpiece. That was us in May. You loved the sea." She would touch the objects, the cool marble counter, the rough linen of the sofa, the smooth glass of the frame, and feel nothing but a profound, disorienting distance. The only thing that felt real was that smell, which faded as the morning progressed, chased away by coffee and toast and Jared's steady monologue. Her lifeline was the journal, a heavy, leather-bound book she kept locked in the bedside drawer, the key hidden under a loose floorboard beneath the rug. Jared knew about the journal, of course. He encouraged it. "Dr. Hendricks says it's crucial for your therapy," he would say, "to anchor you." But he never asked to read it. That was the rule. She opened it now, after Jared had left for his office with a kiss on her forehead that made her skin prickle. The early pages were in her own handwriting, neat and deliberate. "My name is Julia Vance. I live at 17 Briarwood Lane. Jared Vance is my husband. I have anterograde amnesia, a result of the accident. My memory resets when I sleep. Trust Jared. Trust Dr. Hendricks." Dr. Hendricks. But further in, the writing changed. It became jagged, hurried, sentences scrawled in the margins, sometimes in different inks. "The smell is real. Don't let him explain it away. He says I don't like roses, but my fingers have thorn scars. Check the basement door. Always locked. Who is Louise?" The name came to me today. A face with a laugh. Gone. And on a page near the middle, pressed so hard the pen had torn the paper. What accident? Dr. Hendricks' office was a study in calm, all soft greens and muted light. He was a man of careful gestures, his fingers steepled as he listened. "The fragments are progress, Julia," he said, his voice a soothing murmur. "The mind is a palimpsest. Even when the top layer is erased, traces remain. This, Louis, a childhood friend, perhaps? A colleague? Let it surface. Don't force it." But she saw the way his eyes flickered to the clock behind her, the slight tightening of his jaw when she mentioned the metallic smell. Phantom odor, he called it. A sensory memory, disconnected from its source. Common in trauma. She began to collect her fragments like stolen jewels. A reaction to a song on the radio, an old blues riff that made her throat tighten. A visceral recoil at the sight of Jared's hands, large and capable, when he carved the Sunday roast. The way her body knew how to pick a lock, a skill that surfaced one afternoon when the journal key had rolled under the wardrobe, and her fingers, without thought, used a hairpin to retrieve it. And debasement. Jared had said it was flood-damaged, unsafe. The lock was new, heavy, and cold. One evening, after wine that tasted like dust, she waited until his breathing deepened into sleep beside her. She took the hairpin and the kitchen knife, its handle slick in her palm, and went downstairs. The lock yielded with a click that was louder than a gunshot in the silent house. The door swung open on darkness that smelled of damp earth, and that smell, the copper-burnt smell, now overwhelming. She flicked the switch. A single bulb illuminated a concrete space. No flooded damage. It was clean, almost sterile, and empty, except for one thing. In the far corner, a small modern kiln sat, unplugged and cold. Next to it, a worktable held tools, tongs, molds, a small gas torch. A jeweler's setup, or a dentist's. She touched the surface of the kiln. A fine gray dust coated her fingertips. She raised them to her nose. Metallic, burnt, dying. The next day, a new fragment, screaming from the journal in crimson ink. Teeth are ash. Life with Jared resumed its placid surface. He made pancakes. He suggested a walk. But she watched him now. She saw the calculation behind his care, the way his eyes tracked her movements. A gardener watching a potentially invasive vine. She saw the strength in his forearms as he tightened the new, even heavier padlock on the basement door. "For your safety, darling," he said, and his smile didn't reach his eyes. The breakthrough came from outside. A man, standing under the dripping oak at the end of the driveway as she returned from a pointless, circling walk. He was gaunt, with sad eyes and a threadbare coat. He looked at her with a recognition so raw it was like a slap. "Julia," he said. "My God. They said you were gone. Do I know you?" The question, her eternal refrain, felt heavier this time. "I'm Luis." He said it like a prayer, like a curse. "We worked together, at the Chronicle. Before." "Before what?" "Before the fire. Before you disappeared." He took a step closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "You were investigating him, Julia. Jared, his family's, the money that never reached the clinics, the people who went into his care and faded away. You had a source. You had evidence. You told me it was small, physical, something he could never explain away. Then your house burned. They said you died." She felt the world tilt. "I have amnesia. From an accident." Louis's laugh was a dry, broken thing. "Is that what he calls it? The drugs he gives you? The isolation?" He shoved a crumpled envelope into her hand. "My number. Burn this after. And Julia, find what you hid. You were too smart to leave it all in a notebook." That night, she didn't write in the journal. She performed. She was the confused, grateful wife. She drank the nightly tea Jared brought her, sweet and herbal, and she let her words slur. She pretended to sleep, and when he left the room, she spat the tea, held in her cheek, into a towel. She lay in the dark, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs, and she thought about evidence. Something small, physical. She thought of the kiln, of the dust, teeth or ash. And she remembered, not with her mind, but with her body, a sudden somatic flash of panic, of her own hands frantic, prying at a floorboard, a wall panel, a piece of furniture. The hollow leg of the four-poster bed. She slid from the sheets, her breath held. The bed was an antique, heavy mahogany. One of the bulbous finials at the bottom of the leg was loose. She twisted it, her muscles straining. It came away with a soft squeak of wood. Inside the dark cavity, her fingers found it. A small, sealed evidence bag. Inside it, a single molar tooth, and a tiny, fused lump of metal and porcelain. A crown. It was misshapen, melted, but unmistakable. It had serial numbers, dental records, the ultimate, unburnable evidence. Belonging to, she somehow knew, a whistleblower who had vanished from one of Jared's rest clinics. She heard a floorboard creak in the hall. She shoved the finial back, the bag clutched in her fist, and slid under the covers, closing her eyes to slits. The bedroom door opened. Jared stood there, backlit by the hall light. He wasn't coming to check. He was just watching, for a long, long time. Then he whispered, so softly she almost didn't hear it. "Where did you hide it, my love?" The tenderness in his voice was the most terrifying thing she had ever heard. The next day was a performance of exquisite tension. Jared was attentive, closer than ever, his touch lingering. Dr. Hendricks called for an emergency session. In his office, the calm was gone. "Julia, Jared is very worried. He says you're agitated, paranoid. You're having dangerous thoughts. We may need to adjust your treatment for your own stability." His hand rested on a locked cabinet behind his desk. She knew then they were in concert. The husband and the doctor, a closed loop of control. She played the part, nodding, promising to rest, to take her medication. She had the evidence, but it was useless in her hands. She was a ghost, with a tooth. She called Luis from a payphone at a deserted gas station, the receiver slick with rain. "I have it. But he's watching. I can't get to the police." "Don't," Luis said, urgency crackling down the line. "The deputy chief is on the foundation's board. Listen to me. There's a place. The old boathouse at Miller's Point, midnight. I know a reporter from the state paper. She'll meet us. She's been working on this for a year. Just get there." Midnight was a void of cold and whispering trees. The boathouse was a decaying hulk on the black water. Julia stood in the shadows, the evidence bag of burning coal in her pocket. She saw Louis's shape detach from the darkness. "Julia," he breathed. And then a shape moved behind him. Not the female reporter. Jared. He stepped into a shard of moonlight, his face calm, almost sad. In his hand was not a gun, but a heavy rubber-coated torch. "Louis," Jared said with genuine regret, "you never could leave well enough alone." Julia screamed a warning, but it was too late. The torch swung in a short, efficient arc down. There was a sound like a rotten pumpkin splitting. Louis folded to the ground without a sound. Jared looked at her then, over Louis' still form. "Oh, Julia, we were so close. We had a good life. I built it for you. I saved you from the fire. I protect you every day from the past, from yourself." He took a step toward her. "Give me what you found. We'll go home. We'll start fresh tomorrow. You always get to start fresh." She backed away, her heels scraping on the rotten wood of the dock. The water below was ink black. She thought of the kiln, of the ashes of 100 secrets. She thought of the tea, the locked doors, the loving lies. This was the man who kissed her forehead. This was the man who erased her, day by day. "You killed them," she said, her voice surprisingly steady. "You burned them. You burned their teeth." "I protected what's mine," he corrected softly. "The foundation, our life, you. You were going to destroy it all. The fire was an accident, but your survival was a gift, a chance for us to be perfect." He was close now. She could smell his cologne, sandalwood and lime, covering the scent of violence. "The bag, Julia." She pulled it from her pocket. She held it up, the plastic catching a glint of moon. And then, with a movement as fluid as the memory of picking a lock, she threw it, not at him, but past him. A high, arcing throw into the deep, hungry water beyond the dock. Jared's composure shattered. A raw, animal sound tore from his throat. He lunged for the dock's edge, as if he could will it back. It was the moment. Julia didn't think. She moved. She put both hands on his back and pushed. There was no dramatic splash. He entered the water with a thick, final sound, and the blackness swallowed him whole. There was a thrashing, a choked gasp, and then nothing. The lake smoothed over, as if it had never been disturbed. She looked at Louise's body. She looked at the water. A profound silence settled, broken only by the lap of waves against the pilings. She drove home in Louis' car, leaving his body and the deep, cold secret of the lake behind. She cleaned herself. She burned her clothes in the fireplace, watching the flames dance, familiar and terrible. She took the journal, every page, and fed it to the fire until it was all ash. In the morning, the smell was there again. Metallic, dots, burnt bone. But now she knew its name. When the police came, she was the picture of shattered amnesiac confusion. Her husband was missing. Her friend Louise was missing. She didn't know why. She couldn't remember. Dr. Hendricks corroborated everything, his face grave with concern. The investigation churned, found nothing, and grew still. Life returned to normal, a new normal. Julia still wakes up every morning with no memory, the blank page. But now the ritual is different. She walks to the mirror in her sunlit bathroom. She looks at the woman there, the fragile bones, the watchful eyes. She opens the medicine cabinet and takes out the bottle of pills Dr. Hendricks still prescribes. She pours the day's dose into her palm. She holds them under the tap and watches them swirl away, a little white vortex down the drain. Then she goes to the kitchen. She makes coffee. She sits at the table, and she opens a new blank journal. She picks up a pen. She doesn't write about the past. She writes about the present. She writes about the quiet house. She writes about the taste of the coffee. She writes about the way the light falls on the lake, visible now through the trees, peaceful and gray. She writes the story she will read tomorrow. A story of a calm widow, living a quiet life. A story with no villains, no victims, no fire. Just the soft, endless, forgiving silence of a life after everything. A silence she builds for herself, word by careful word, every single day. The lake is always there now, in her writings. A feature of the landscape. A body of water. She notes its changing moods, choppy under a spring wind, still as glass in the autumn haze. She never writes what lies beneath. That memory, the visceral push and the swallowing dark, is not stored on paper. It is stored in her muscles, in the set of her jaw, when she sees a certain shade of gray in the water at dusk. It is a bodily truth, one that survives the nightly reset. Dr. Hendricks visits less often. His therapy, he says with a satisfied smile, is clearly working. She is stable, adjusted. The episodes of agitation and paranoia have ceased. She is the ideal patient, a testament to his care. He does not know that her stability is a fortress, built brick by brick each morning, its foundation the things she chooses to forget, and the one terrible thing she forces herself to remember through pure, repeated action. She has developed routines, small anchors. She plants a garden. Her hands, which knew how to pick a lock and throw evidence into a lake, now learn the gentler arts of digging, planting, pruning. She grows lavender and rosemary, strong-scented things that fill the house in her skin, layering over the ghost of that other smell. She visits the local library, selecting books at random, building a new personality from the outside in. She is the quiet, polite widow who likes historical novels and grows excellent herbs. The community accepts her, a harmless, slightly sad figure. One Tuesday, a woman from the Historical Society comes for tea. Her name is Eleanor, and she talks of town records, of old families. Her chatter is a gentle stream until she says, "Of course, your husband's family was always so private." Even after the tragedy, Julia's hand, lifting a teacup, does not shake. Tragedy? "Oh, the fire," Eleanor says, mistaking Julia's blankness for confusion. The original house, such a loss, and so strange the timing. Right after that lovely article about the family foundation in the Chronicle. Your husband was quite upset about that article, I heard. Felt it was intrusive. She takes a sip, oblivious. The reporter on that story disappeared, you know. Left town. People talk, of course. They said he'd made enemies. The air in the room thickens. Julia feels the metallic taste at the back of her tongue. She smiles, a vague, unfocused smile. I'm afraid I don't remember much from before. The accident, you see. Eleanor's face floods with pity. Of course, dear. How difficult for you. After the woman leaves, Julia does not write in her journal. She stands at the window, watching the light fade on the lake. The article, the reporter who disappeared. Louis had said she was investigating Jared. But another reporter before her? A trail of questions that led to fire and silence. That night, she does not take the sleeping pills from the new, smaller bottle Hendrix provided. She lies awake, listening to the house. It is different now. Not a prison, but a crime scene she is curating. She knows its secrets are not all gone. They are in the walls, in the earth, in the water. The next morning, after the ritual of the mirror and the drain, she does not write about the light or the garden. In the new journal, in a steady hand, she begins a list. It is not a list of memories. It is a list of questions. Find the article from the Chronicle. Who was the reporter? Check Foundation Board members. Deputy Chief's name? Miller's Point. Who owns the land? She writes these things, and then beneath them, she writes the story she will remember tomorrow. Spent the day weeding the lavender. The buds are forming nicely. Ordered a new book on rose cultivation. She closes the book. The questions will be there. A silent prompt from a past self to a future self. A thread to pull. She is no longer trying to remember who she was. She is trying to reconstruct what he did. The scope of it. The pattern. She is building a case against a ghost for a crime no one believes happened. And the only witness is a woman who forgets everything each night. It is a mad, meticulous project. It gives her days a secret purpose. The quiet widow tends her garden, and in the soil, she sometimes imagines she is burying more than roots. She is burying the past, not to hide it, but to let it decompose into something she can use. Something that will, in time, feed a new kind of truth. The lake remains a permanent fixture. Some days she walks to its edge. She looks out at the calm gray expanse, and she thinks of the weight of secrets, how they sink, but never truly dissolve. She does not feel guilt. She feels a cold, clean clarity. The water, she thinks, is the only thing deep enough to hold some truths. And the woman on the shore is the only one left who knows they are there. For now, that is enough. It has to be. Tomorrow, she will read her instructions, and she will begin again. The list of questions grew, a secret appendix to her daily fiction. She kept it in the journal, but not at the end. She wrote it on the inside back cover, a place her morning self had learned to check instinctively, a hidden compartment in her own mind. The act of checking became part of the ritual, as natural as flushing the pills. She found the Chronicle article in the library's microfiche archives, her fingers clumsy on the machine. The screen glowed with a grainy image of the Society page from over 3 years ago. A photo of Jared, handsome and smiling, cutting a ribbon for a new wing of the Foundation's flagship clinic. The article was bland, full of philanthropic praise, but in the byline was the name, Martin Fields. She wrote it down. A search of later issues revealed a small, 2-paragraph item 6 months after the ribbon cutting. Reporter missing. Martin Fields had failed to show up for work. His apartment was undisturbed. Police suspected he had needed a change of scenery. There was no follow-up. The Foundation's board members were listed on a glossy brochure in the town hall. The deputy chief's name was there, as Louis had said. So was Dr. Hendricks, and a state senator, and a judge. The loop was not just closed, it was fortified. Miller's Point was owned by a limited liability company with a name that meant nothing. The trail, for now, ended there. She continued her days. The lavender bloomed. She made scones for the Historical Society. She smiled at Dr. Hendricks and told him she was sleeping better than ever. One afternoon, a package arrived. A plain brown box, no return address. Inside, nestled in crumpled paper, was a small, worn notebook. Not her own. A note was clipped to the front, in a handwriting she did not recognize. Found this in the newsroom archives. It was in Martin's old desk. They missed it. I think you should have it. Be careful. A friend. Her heart hammered against the quiet of the house. She took the notebook to the garden, sitting on a stone bench under the sun. The pages were filled with Martin Fields' tight, hurried script. Numbers, names, dates. It was a ledger of discrepancies, of Foundation funds diverted. And there, in the back, a list of names. Patients, people who had entered the clinics for restorative care and had simply vanished. Their families, the notes indicated, had been paid off, or were too afraid to speak. At the bottom of the list, a single circled name, Julia Daughter. He had known. Martin had known about her. She was not just a reporter on a story. She had been a target on a list. The world seemed to shrink and sharpen. She had been hunting a monster, and the monster had been methodically hunting people. She had been next. The fire was not an accident of her investigation. It was a scheduled termination. Her survival had been a wrinkle in his plan, one he had tried to smooth into a new design. That night, her fiction was brief. Rained today, pruned the roses, read a book. On the inside cover, her list gained a new, stark line. Martin's notebook. Safe place. The safe place was the one spot Jared had never considered, because it was his own. She pried up a loose floorboard beneath his old wardrobe, in the room she now used as a sewing room. She placed the notebook there, wrapped in oilcloth, next to the evidence bag she had retrieved on a moonless night, diving deep into the cold, black water of the lake, her hands finding the plastic by feel alone. The tooth and the melted crown, the two physical truths, side by side in the dark. She replaced the board. She stood up. The house was silent. She was alone with the evidence of a life she could not remember, and the blueprint of a horror she was only beginning to comprehend. She was not just a widow writing a calm story. She was a curator of proof. And she understood, with a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air, that the story was not over. The board members, the Deputy Chief Hendricks, they were still out there. They had protected Jared. They had enabled him. And they did not know what she knew. They thought she was a blank page, a harmless ghost. A ghost could walk through walls. A ghost could listen. A ghost could remember in its own way. She went to the mirror. The woman who looked back was a stranger, but her eyes were clear. Tomorrow, she would forget the fear. She would forget the details. But she would read the list. She would follow the instructions. She would tend the garden and smile at the neighbors, and slowly, carefully, she would learn the shape of the fortress that had protected the monster, and she would find its cracks. The lake, gray and placid, reflected the setting sun. She watched it from the window. Some truths were buried in water. Some were buried in the earth. And some, the most dangerous kind, were buried in plain sight, in the person of a forgetful widow who was learning, day by day, how to remember. The new journal filled, and another was begun. The list on the inside cover grew longer, more cryptic, a map only she could follow. She began to take walks, longer ones, past the boundaries of her old permitted routes. She visited the Foundation's main clinic, a sleek building of glass and steel. She sat in the waiting room, a potential donor making inquiries, and she watched the comings and goings. She noted the security, the deference shown to certain doctors. She saw Dr. Hendricks arrive, not in his casual therapy clothes, but in a sharp suit, and he was greeted like a king. She memorized faces. She learned names from the donor plaques. She cross-referenced them with the board list in her mind, a file she updated each day after reading her instructions. One name surfaced with frequency: Senator Claiborne Dardick. He was the Foundation's political shield, the man who secured grants and smoothed over inspections. His photo was in the paper often, a bluff, hearty man with a grip and grin smile. Julia started to notice his schedule was public, part of the small-town news cycle. A fundraiser here, a town hall there. She began to attend. She was a ghost in the crowd, a silent, forgetful woman in a forgettable hat. She listened. She watched who flanked him. The deputy chief was often nearby, not in uniform, but his posture was unmistakable. They were a unit, a cell of mutual interest. At a library fundraiser, she stood near a potted palm as the senator held court. "And the Foundation's work is so vital," he boomed. "Mental wellness, stability, the bedrock of a community. We have to protect our institutions." His eyes swept the room, landing briefly on her. There was no recognition, only a politician's automatic assessment. She smiled vaguely and looked away, her blood running cold. Protect our institutions. The phrase echoed Jared's justifications, the language of erasure. That night, she wrote in her journal, Senator Claiborne speaks of protection. What does he protect? Who does he protect? And then, the daily fiction enjoyed the library event. The canapes were lovely. The next instruction from her past self was clear: the clinic records, storage. She knew she couldn't break into the clinic, but she remembered, from Martin's notes, a mention of off-site archival storage for inactive patient files, a place called Secure Vault on the industrial edge of the county. It was a lid, a thread. Getting there required planning. She had to write herself a detailed set of directions, a schedule. She had to rent a car under a pretext, telling the rental agent she was considering a long drive to visit a cousin, a fiction she would forget by tomorrow. She packed a bag with tools she had slowly, secretly acquired. A small flashlight, lock picks she had ordered online, and practiced with behind closed doors, gloves. The morning of the trip, she read her instructions like a mission briefing. She felt no fear, only a focused clarity. This was what she did now. She followed the map, she drove the routes, she performed the tasks. She was a machine executing a program written by her former self. Sekiravo was a nondescript concrete building. She presented a forged letter on Foundation letterhead, claiming to be an auditor. Her hands were steady. The clerk, bored, directed her to the relevant aisle. The air was cool and smelled of dust and concrete. She found the Foundations section. The lock on the gate was simple. Her picks, guided by muscle memory, found the tumblers. The click was loud in the silent hall. Inside, it was rows of boxes, years of them. She looked for dates surrounding the fire, surrounding the names on Martin's list. She pulled a box at random, her heart a dull drum. The files were dense with medical jargon, but the patterns were there. Transfers, experimental drug protocols, sudden declarations of family relocation, with no forwarding address, and the signatures. Dr. Hendrick's name was on many. So was Jared's. She didn't take anything. She used a small camera, another secret purchase, and photographed pages. The flash was a tiny illegal star in the gloom. She worked for an hour, a ghost documenting ghosts. She returned the box, relocked the gate, and walked out. The clerk didn't look up. Driving home, the sunset painted the sky in violent oranges and purples. She felt empty, clean. She had done it. She had the evidence, not just of her own persecution, but of a system, a machine that consumed people and left no trace. That night, she developed the photos in a makeshift darkroom in a spare bathroom, a skill she must have learned in a life she couldn't recall. The images swam into being in the chemical bath. The damning signatures, the cold clinical language describing human beings who had been disappeared. She added them to the space under the floorboard. She wrote her fiction, A Long Drive Today. The countryside is beautiful this time of year. Felt tired, but refreshed. And on the inside cover, a new, final line. The evidence is complete. The reporter from the state paper. Find her. It's time. The following day, she began the search for the reporter Louise had mentioned, the one who was supposed to meet them at the boathouse. Her name was Anya Petrova. A search online showed she had left the state paper abruptly about 8 months ago. There were whispers, but no stories. Julia used a public computer at the library to dig deeper into personal blogs, into professional networks. She found a mention, a comment on an article about medical corruption. They shut me down, but I'm not done. The username was linked to an email address. Julia created a new anonymous account. She wrote a simple message. I have the story. I have the proof. The foundation, the lake. Jared is gone. I need to talk. Miller's Point, tomorrow, 2 p.m. She did not expect a quick reply, but it came within the hour. A single word. How? Julia typed, I forget everything, but I write it down. The reply was almost immediate. I'll be there. The next afternoon, Julia stood at Miller's Point in the daylight. It looked different, just a dilapidated building on a scenic overlook. A car pulled up, a dusty sedan. A woman with sharp eyes and a wary posture got out. Anya. They looked at each other across the gravel. Anya spoke first. You're her, the wife. I'm the witness, Julia said. She handed over a manila envelope containing copies of the photos, of Martin's notes, of her own journal entries that detailed the conspiracy. It's all there. The board, the patients, the cover-ups, the deputy chief, Hendricks, the senator. Anya scanned the pages, her face hardening with a fierce, grim satisfaction. This is it. This is what they killed Martin for. This is what they tried to kill me for. She looked at Julia. "What do you want?" "I want it to end," Julia said. Her voice was quiet, but it carried on the lake wind. "I want everyone to know. I don't care what happens to me, but the story has to be told. Not by a ghost. By you." Anya nodded, clutching the envelope like a lifeline. "It will be. It'll take time. I have to get this to the right people. Outside this county. It'll be a war." "I know," Julia said. She looked out at the lake. So calm. So deep. "I'll be here. I'll be the quiet widow. When you're ready, I'll tell my part. I'll tell them about the fire, about the teeth, about the water." Shh. She turned back to Anya. "But you have to understand. Tomorrow, I won't remember this meeting. I'll have to read about it. I'll have to trust what I wrote." Anya studied her, a profound pity and respect in her gaze. "Then write it well, and I'll see you on the other side." They parted without another word. Julia drove home. She wrote a long, detailed entry in her journal, describing the meeting, the handoff, the plan. She wrote the fiction for the next day. A quiet day in the garden. The lavender is almost ready to harvest. She sealed the journal. She performed her evening ritual. As she lay in bed, the house silent around her, she felt a strange peace. The story was no longer hers alone to carry. It was in the world now. A seed planted in fertile, furious ground. Tomorrow, she would forget. But the work would continue. The ghost had found a voice, and soon the fortress would hear it screaming from every headline, in a truth too loud to be erased. The days that followed had a taut, waiting quality. Julia moved through her routines with a new awareness, a sense of the ground being prepared for a quake. She read her instructions each morning, absorbing the fact that the evidence was now in the hands of a reporter who was working in the shadows. Her task was simply to maintain the facade, to be the calm center of the coming storm. She weeded the lavender with extra care. She attended a foundation-sponsored garden show, smiling politely at Dr. Hendricks, who asked if she was feeling well-rested. "Never better," she lied. And the lie felt like a weapon. Anya Petrova was a ghost in the machine, but her work began to send faint tremors through the community. Julia noticed small things. A state investigator, not a local, was seen asking questions at the town hall. The deputy chief seemed more tense at the grocery store, his eyes darting. Senator Claiborne canceled a public appearance, citing a sudden illness. Then, 3 weeks after the meeting at Miller's Point, the first story broke. It was not in the local chronicle, but in a major metropolitan paper. The headline was careful, but the implications were seismic. Questions raised about finances, patient care at regional foundation. It named names. It cited anonymous sources and leaked documents. It mentioned a missing reporter named Martin Fields. The town seemed to hold its breath. Julia bought a copy of the paper and read it on her garden bench, her hands perfectly steady. She felt a distant thrill, like watching lightning from far away. This was her doing, and yet it was not. She had been the archive. Anya was the broadcast. The next day's instructions were brief. The story is out. Be normal. Be careful. She went to the market. The whispers were audible. A nervous hum between the aisles. She saw Louis stacking oranges. He caught her eye and gave a single, almost imperceptible nod. It was acknowledgement. It was solidarity. The foundation issued a vehement denial, calling the allegations baseless and politically motivated. Senator Claiborne appeared on local news, red-faced and indignant, defending the institution's sterling reputation. But the denials had a frantic edge. The fortress was rattled. A second story followed, this one delving into the inactive patient files, the mysterious transfers, the silenced families. It mentioned a pattern of property acquisitions, including Miller's Point through obscure LCs. This time, the deputy chief's name appeared, not as an investigator, but as a beneficiary. The pressure built like a summer thunderhead. Julia kept her head down. She pruned her roses. She was a picture of oblivious tranquility. The knock on her door came on a Tuesday afternoon. It was not Anya. It was Dr. Hendricks and the deputy chief. Their smiles were strained, their eyes hard. "Julia," Hendricks said, his voice oozing a false warmth. "We're just checking in. With all this ugly noise in the press, we wanted to make sure you were feeling supported. Unsettling times." The deputy chief loomed beside him, his uniform a blunt statement of authority. "We're concerned these stories might stir up difficult memories for you. False memories. It's a common trauma response. Confusion." They were in her doorway, trying to step inside to invade her quiet space. They were scared, she realized. They were here to contain her, to assess the stability of their loose end. Julia did not step back. She looked at Hendricks with the clear, empty gaze she had perfected. "Memories," she said softly. "I don't have many of those, Doctor. You know that. I have my garden. I have my routines. The news is so upsetting I try not to read it." She let a faint, bewildered smile touch her lips. "Would you like some tea? I just made scones." The offer, so mundane, so utterly disconnected from their tension, seemed to disarm them. The deputy chief's jaw tightened. Hendricks studied her face, searching for a crack, for any sign of the cunning archivist he feared. He saw only the pleasant, vacant widow. No tea," Hendricks said, his voice losing some of its force. "We just wanted to offer our support. If you think of anything at all that might be relevant, you know to come to us." "Of course," Julia said. "Thank you for your concern." She closed the door gently on their retreating forms. She leaned against it, her heart pounding now that the performance was over. They had come to warn her, to intimidate her. They still believed she was a blank page. They did not know the page was already filled, and copies had been sent. That night, she wrote a detailed account of their visit. She added a new line to her inside cover list: "They are afraid." The following morning, a car she didn't recognize parked down the street. A man in a suit sat inside, watching her house. They were having her followed. The ghost was under surveillance. Julia took her watering can and went into the garden. She tended to her plants, a study in harmless activity. She knew what this meant. The pressure was working. They were circling the wagons, and she was now a designated threat. Her anonymity was eroding. She had to assume they might try to enter the house, to search it. The evidence under the floorboard was vulnerable. That afternoon, following a sudden, urgent impulse she documented in her journal, she retrieved the oilcloth package. She placed the contents, Martin's notebook, the photos, the evidence bag, into a waterproof container. She walked to the lake, to her usual spot, carrying a picnic basket. She sat for a long time watching the water. Then, with a smooth, casual motion, she let the container slide from the basket's edge into the deep water near the old boathouse pilings. It sank instantly. The lake, which had held one truth, now held them all. The only copy left was the one in Anya Petrova's hands, far from here. She returned home feeling lighter and more exposed than ever. The physical proof was gone, back into the deep. All that remained was her testimony, locked in a mind that reset daily, and the relentless work of a reporter she had to trust. The man in the car was still there. Julia went inside and closed the curtains. She wrote her instructions for the next day, her hand calm. The story was moving now, a river finding its course. She was a stone in that river, shaped by its current. Tomorrow, she would forget the man outside. She would forget sinking the container. But she would read her list. She would remember the fear in Hendrik's eyes, and she would know. In the deep, wordless way she knew the patterns of her garden, that the harvest was coming. Story 4. The first sound was not a sound at all, but a silence so profound it had a texture, a weight like damp velvet. Then, within it, a faint, dry click. Then another, a pause. Then a third. It was the sound of a beetle trapped in a tin, or a fingernail tapping on a porcelain tooth. It came from the shadows of the consulting room, a room steeped in the smell of old paper, bay rum, and the perpetual London soot that seeped through the seams of the world. Colton did not move from his chair by the cold fireplace, his eyes closed, his long fingers steepled. His companion, Derek, a man whose face held the quiet weariness of a doctor who has seen the machinery of the body fail in too many ways, listened and felt the sound enter him, a tiny, insistent drill into the calm of the evening. The door to the street opened below, a gasp of fog and distant traffic, and then the footsteps on the stairs were light, hurried, a faltering rhythm that spoke of a heart beating too fast for the climb. She entered without knocking, as if pursued. Her name was Christie, and she was all pale gold and shattered crystal. Her father, Captain Ishmael Finch, had walked out of their Chelsea house 7 nights ago to post a letter, and had not returned. The police, those official gentlemen of limited imagination, had murmured about debts, about a new life in Argentina, about the foolishness of worried daughters. But Christie knew. She knew because of the box. It was a small thing, lacquered black, with a single faded lotus inlaid in mother-of-pearl on the lid. It had come from India, a relic of her father's early service. He kept it on his desk, and inside were not treasures but trivialities. A dry jasmine flower, a tarnished regimental button, a map fragment. On the morning he vanished, the box was gone, and in its place, laid precisely in the center of the polished wood, was a single, perfect black pearl. Colton took the pearl, rolling it between his thumb and forefinger. It drank the light. "Oh, sing of an account," he said, his voice a low murmur that seemed to come from the walls themselves. "Or an opening of one." He asked about the father's friends, his habits. There was only one name that carried a charge, a static in the air when spoken. Frederick Vale, the treasurer of the old Anglo-Indian Syndicate, a consortium of ex-military and merchants who had, decades ago, pooled resources for ventures back in Calcutta. Ishmael had been a member. Vale still was. Their last meeting, a week before the disappearance, had ended with raised voices behind the closed door of the study. Voices that carried the heat of a forgotten summer, of river silt and betrayal. The investigation began in the archives of greed. Derek, with his medical eye, observed the symptoms of the city. The fog was a patient etherized upon a table, yellow and still. The streets were arteries clogged with the sludge of humanity. They found Frederick Vale in a fortress of mahogany and ledgers, an office high over Threadneedle Street that smelled of ink, old money, and a faint, sweet trace of opium. Vale was a man carved from cold wax, his handshake dry and brief, his eyes the color of a winter puddle. He spoke of Captain Finch with a sigh of professional disappointment. The syndicate had dissolved years ago, assets liquidated, a final dividend paid. Ishmael had been dissatisfied with his share, had made wild accusations. A tragic, unstable mind, perhaps. The war had left marks on some men that never healed. But as Vale spoke, his left hand, resting on the desk, trembled with a minute, constant vibration, as if a tiny engine of dread were running in his wrist. And behind him, nearly invisible in an alcove, stood a man who was not English. He was tall, slender, dressed in an impeccably cut European suit that somehow hung on him like a foreign flag. His skin was the color of dark tea, his face impassive, But his eyes, when they met Derek's, held a depth of stillness that was not peace, but a watchfulness older than the city outside. Vale called him Huyi, an assistant. He did not speak. The trail was a ghost trail. A pawnbroker in Limehouse remembered a gentleman of military bearing pawning a gold pocket watch, his hands shaking. A ferryman on the Thames spoke of a man matching Ishmael's description, standing alone in the rain on the Chelsea embankment, staring into the water as if reading a message in the currents. And always, the hint of the exotic, the colonial past bleeding through, the scent of sandalwood in a hired cab Ishmael had used, a receipt for a shipment of tea and spices from a dockyard warehouse now abandoned. The revelation came not with a shout but with a whisper in the silent, dust-moted library of Ishmael's home. Colton, with the patience of a geologist, was sifting through the captain's journals, volumes of mundane entries about weather and port duties. Then, in a ledger from 1892, he found a pressed page. It was not a flower, but a faded watercolor painting, amateurish, of a temple ruin on a riverbank. On the back, in a cramped, urgent hand, was a list. Names including Vale and Ishmael, and sums of money, and a phrase underlined twice. The serpent's hoard, partitioned, the oath, sworn on the pearl. It was not a business venture. It was a theft, a treasure looted from a temple treasury in the chaos of a famine, divided among 5 officers who swore a blood oath to secrecy. Their bond, a single black pearl from the necklace of a goddess. A pact sealed in greed and shame, buried under the weight of years and distance and new lives. Partitioned, Colton said, the word hanging in the library's silence. But not equally, and oaths, like men, can be broken by time, or by fear, or by a sharper knife. The cinematic chase that followed was a nightmare ballet on the river. A tip, anonymous and urgent, led them to the rotting wharves of Wapping. They arrived in time to see a figure, Ishmael, forced into a sleek, dark launch that coughed to life and slid into the foggy throat of the Thames. Colton commandeered a police skiff with a few terse, authoritative words, and they gave chase, the world reducing to the slap of water on hull, the guttural roar of the engines, the spectral shapes of larger ships looming and fading in the yellow murk. Derek felt the cold spray on his face like needles, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. Colton stood at the prow, immobile as a figurehead, his gaze piercing the gloom. The launch ahead vanished around a bend, and when they followed, they found only an empty stretch of water, oily and slow, and the distant, mocking echo of an engine fading into the mist. It was a performance, a lure. They returned to Vale's office, the tension now a wire drawn taut enough to sing. The waxen man was gone. The office was in disarray, not by violence, but by haste. A ledger lay open, its pages ripped, and in the center of the floor, like a drop of frozen midnight, lay another black pearl. Huhia found them. He appeared in the doorway, his silence now a palpable force. He did not attack. He simply gestured for them to follow. They went, down back stairways, through narrow courts that smelled of rotting fruit and urine, to a hidden place below a spice merchant's shop. The air was thick with cinnamon and cardamom and something older. The smell of monsoon rains on hot earth. Captain Ishmael Finch lay on a low pallet. He was alive, but his eyes were the eyes of a man who had seen the blueprint of his own hell. His story spilled out in a ragged, broken voice. The treasure had been real. Vale, as treasurer, had engineered its slow, secret conversion into a fortune in gems and gold, hidden away. One by one, over the years, the other oath-swearers had met with accidents, their shares reabsorbed. Ishmael, the last, had finally understood the pattern. He had confronted Vale. The disappearance was not flight. But abduction, a gentle, terrifying abduction by Hughie, who was not an assistant, but a guardian. The son of the temple priest, brought to England as a child servant in the household of one of the officers. A living piece of the plunder, waiting, remembering. "He showed me the pearls," Ishmael whispered. "The rest of the necklace, he has them all but one. Mine, the one I left for Christie. The oath was sworn on the pearl. To break the oath is to summon the consequence. He is not stealing from us. He is collecting what was consecrated. He is the consequence." Hughie spoke then, his voice soft, melodic, carrying the ghosts of another river. "My father's hands were cut off for failing to protect the goddess's tears. I was taken as a prize. I have polished Vale's shoes, poured his brandy, watched his ledger grow fat with my inheritance. I have been very patient. The debt is not in pounds, but in justice. The pearls wish to be whole again. The climax unfolded not with gunfire, but with a terrible, quiet inevitability. They set a trap, using Ishmael and the final pearl as bait, in the abandoned dockyard warehouse. Vale arrived, a pistol shaking in his hand, driven by a greed that had curdled into sheer panic. He saw the pearls, all 11 of them, arranged on a crate in a pool of lamplight. He lunged, and from the shadows, Hughie moved, a specter becoming solid. There was no struggle. Hughie simply placed his hands on Vale's shoulders, a gesture that could have been familial. He spoke a few words in a language that flowed like the Ganges. Vale stiffened, his eyes wide with a horror that was not of this world, a seeing of something ancient and cold and exact. Then he crumpled, not dead, but emptied, his mind a clean white plate. The pistol clattered to the floor. Hughie had gathered the pearls. He looked at Colton, at Derek, at the broken Ishmael. He nodded. Once, a gesture of acknowledgement, of transaction completed. Then he walked to the great doors of the warehouse, opened them to the fog, and was gone, swallowed by the city that had hidden him for a lifetime. The official police, when they arrived, found a confused treasurer babbling about serpents, and a missing captain returned, his story of abduction too bizarre to credit. The matter was filed away. No charges were brought. The treasure, if it ever existed, was never found. A month later, life had resumed its shallow rhythm. The fog lifted, revealing a London going about its business. Christie and her father, bound by a shared unspoken trauma, moved to a quiet cottage in the country. Ishmael spent his days in the garden, his hands in the earth, trying to grow something clean. One evening, Derek sat in the consulting room. The fire was lit now, pushing back the damp. Colton was in his chair, silent. The only sound was the steady tick of the clock, a sound that was no longer a mystery, but a simple measure of the passing ordinary world. "He won," Derek said finally. "Hughie. He got what he wanted." Colton stirred. He looked into the flames, his face a mask of calm intelligence, but in his eyes, Derek saw a rare, deep uncertainty. "Did he?" Colton murmured. "He has the pearls, but he is still here. In this city, in this weather. He has his revenge, but he is still a man out of place. A note from a forgotten song played in a foreign key. The debt was paid, but the ledger remains open. Some silences are not conclusions. They are simply pauses. They are simply pauses." Derek looked out the window at the gathering dusk. He thought of Hughie, somewhere in the vast, indifferent metropolis, holding a string of black pearls that held the weight of a stolen world. He thought of Vale in a sanitarium, staring at walls only he could see. He thought of the neat, clean scar that had formed over the wound of the mystery, and the infection he knew still pulsed quietly beneath it. Life had returned to normal, as if the crime had never occurred. But the normal was different now. It was a shell, And inside, if you listened very closely, you could still hear the faint, dry click of something turning over, waiting, in the dark. The silence stretched, companionable but charged. Derek found his eyes drawn to the mantelpiece, to a small empty space where a curious object had once sat, a fossilized sea urchin Colton used as a paperweight. It was gone. He had not seen it for weeks. "He came here," Derek said, not as a question. Colton's gaze remained fixed on the fire. "The day after the warehouse, he stood where you are standing. He said nothing. He simply placed the sea urchin on the desk, looked at me, and left, taking it with him." "A trade? A receipt," Colton corrected softly, and an acknowledgement that I had witnessed the settling of the account, that I understood the terms. Derek felt a chill that had nothing to do with the damp. The consulting room, their sanctuary of reason and deduction, had been entered by that same ancient silence Hughie carried. The fossil, a relic of a primordial sea, was now a relic of this. It made the room feel borrowed, temporary. "Do you think he's still collecting?" Derek asked. Colton finally turned from the fire. The oath was sworn by 5 men. 5 pearls were taken as tokens. But the necklace, according to Ishmael's ravings, held 20. Hughie recovered 11 from Vale. 1 was Ishmael's. That leaves 8. 8 pearls unaccounted for. Or, Colton said, 8 other debts, incurred not by the officers, but by those who profited from the loot downstream. The merchant who fenced the gems, the ship's captain who transported them, the silence he carries. It is a net, and I suspect it is still casting. The idea was monstrous. It implied a justice that was infinite, a ripple of consequence that would not cease until every last echo of the original sin was absorbed. It was a geometry of vengeance that had no end. Several days later, Derek was called to a hospital in Whitechapel. A charity case, they said. A man found insensible in an alley, no identification. He was a ship's steward, elderly, his body worn by a life at sea. He was clean, well-nourished, but his mind was a void. He could not speak, could not recall his name. He simply sat, tracing the pattern of the bedsheets with a finger, his eyes clear and empty as a child's. The doctors whispered of a stroke, a rare and total amnesia. But Derek saw the marks, not on his body, but on his small sea chest at the foot of the bed. The chest was of Indian teak, its brass fittings green with age, and carved into the lid, almost worn away, was a faint, familiar design. A lotus. He did not mention it to the police. He went instead to the docks, made discreet inquiries. The man's ship, the Star of Bengal, had plied the England-India route for 40 years. It was due to be scrapped. The records were spotty, but a grizzled old harbor master, after the persuasion of a few coins, recalled a story. The Star took on a special cargo once, back in 92 or thereabouts. Boxes from some colonel going home. Captain made a fortune on that run. Bought a pub in Portsmouth. Did years back. And the steward? Derek pressed. Old Jensen? Quiet fellow. Always had a touch of the foreign about him for an Englishman. Liked trinkets. Had a collection of odd stones, I heard. Derek returned to the consulting room, heavy with the knowledge. Colton listened, then went to a cabinet and withdrew a file. It was not the Finch file. It was new. Inside were 3 clippings. A retired jeweler in Hatton Garden found wandering in a fugue state. A minor aristocrat with ties to the East India Company, now residing in a private asylum, his speech reduced to a senseless babble about cold tears. A museum curator of Asian antiquities, who had resigned abruptly and vanished. All within the last 6 weeks, Colton said. All with pasts that touch, however lightly, upon the transfer of wealth from east to west. All now silent. He's still here, Derek whispered. He's working. He is balancing the ledger, Colton said. His voice held no judgment, only a grim acceptance. The crime was not a single act, but a chain. He is unmaking the chain, link by link. We stopped one night's performance, Derek. We did not stop the play. That night, Derek dreamt of the river. Not the Thames, but a wider, slower, warmer river under a crushing blanket of stars. He saw a small temple, and a man with kind eyes and ruined hands weaving a necklace of black pearls by lamplight. The dream was peaceful, until he saw the pearls were not pearls, but eyes, all closed. And one by one, they began to open. He awoke with a start. The clock on his bedside table ticked steadily, but beneath it, in the deeper silence of the sleeping house, he imagined he could hear it. The faint, dry click of one black pearl settling against another, somewhere in the dark heart of London, as a ledger of stolen gods was slowly, patiently made clean. The following week, a package arrived for Colton. It was a small, plain wooden box, left on the step by a messenger unseen. Inside, nestled on a bed of raw silk, was the fossilized sea urchin. Its return was more disquieting than its absence. Wrapped around it was a single sheet of rice paper, upon which was drawn, in exquisite, minute detail, a map of the London docks. One wharf, belonging to a firm called Chadwick & Sons, importers, was marked with a small, perfect circle of ink. It was not an invitation. It was a statement, a notification of work in progress. We are being made witnesses, Colton said, tracing the lines of the map with a delicate finger. He's not seeking our help, nor our interference. He's ensuring the record is kept, by us. Why? Derek asked, the words sounding plaintive even to his own ears. Because a debt paid in secret is no justice at all. It is merely another secret. He wants it known to someone. He has chosen us as his scribes. Derek felt a surge of frustration, a doctor's anger at a disease he could not treat. So we are to just document it? Watch as he dismantles these men's minds. Colton's eyes were grave. We have no evidence of crime, Derek. Only a pattern of medical oddities. And we have no proof of his agency, save for a feeling in the air and a map delivered anonymously. What would you have us do? Warn Chadwick & Sons that a ghost from their colonial past may be coming for them. They would laugh, or have us committed. They went to the wharf. It was a respectable, if faded, operation, its offices smelling of tea dust and mildew. Old ledgers showed shipments of jute, indigo, and spices dating back to the 1880s. The current Mr. Chadwick, a florid man in his 60s, was puzzled by their vague questions about the company's history in Bengal. Profitable trade, for a time, he said, shrugging. My grandfather's venture. All quite above board. Why do you ask? They could give no good answer. As they left, Derek saw him through the grimy office window, already returning to his ledger. A man of figures and tariffs, utterly insulated from the notion of a spiritual reckoning. He looked solid, real, anchored in his world of invoices. The idea that Huey's silence could touch him seemed absurd. 2 nights later, a constable's whistle shattered the fog near that very wharf. A night watchman was found, not dead, but sitting placidly on a bollard, his lantern still lit beside him. He was humming a tune his wife later said she'd never heard before. A strange, winding melody. He could not say how he came to be there or what had happened. He was simply content and empty. Colton and Derek arrived as the police were finishing their fruitless questions. In the soft mud by the water's edge, clear in the gaslight, was a single footprint. It was from a shoe of good quality, but slender, long. Beside it, pressed into the mud as if by accident, was the perfect, tiny imprint of a lotus flower. The pattern was now a path, and it was leading them forward whether they wished to follow or not. Derek realized with a cold certainty that their involvement was not accidental. They had stepped into the story with the Finch case, and the story would not release them. They were part of the ledger now. Witnesses entered into the account. The silence was not just around them. It was between them. A third presence in the consulting room, in their conversations, in their thoughts. London went on, vast and noisy and blind. But for Derek, it had become a different city. It was a city where a man could be erased from the inside out by a memory that had finally taken human form. The relevant pages were marked with slips of paper. "Here," Fry said, pointing a bony finger. "He speaks of the tears of the goddess being divided. And here, this later entry. The boy is always there. He says nothing. He asks for nothing. He simply watches. I gave him a pearl once to be rid of him. He took it, and still he watches. It is not the pearl he wants. It is the silence in me that the pearl filled." Fry looked up, his eyes magnified by thick spectacles. "What does it mean? Was the boy a blackmailer?" "In a sense," Colton said, his voice flat. "But not for money." Derek's mind was reeling. Huey was not an isolated phenomenon. He was part of a tradition, a line of silent witnesses placed within the households of the plunderers, waiting, absorbing the crime into their very beings. A living, patient curse. As they left Fry's chambers, Colton was unusually quiet. The professor's last words hung in the air. "I've only just begun this cataloging. There are boxes and boxes. Who knows what our connections might be found?" On the pavement, Colton stopped. "We must not go back there." "Why? The man could have vital information." "Precisely," Colton said. His face was pale. "Don't you see? Fry is now a link. He is handling the evidence, speaking of it, bringing it into the light. In Huey's calculus, that may be a form of profiting from the story. He is balancing a ledger of sin, but also of knowledge. Those who know too much, who traffic in the secret, may also owe a debt." The idea was paralyzing. It meant there was no safe ground. To investigate was to become implicated. To witness was to become a target. A week passed. Derek read in the Times of the sudden retirement of Professor Alistair Fry due to a nervous disorder. The article wished him a swift recovery. Derek did not need to visit the hospital to imagine the scene. A learned man, sitting in a sunlit room, his mind a serene, untroubled blank, all his intricate knowledge gently and thoroughly erased. The box arrived the next day. Same plain wood. Inside, the fossil sea urchin was gone. In its place was a single black pearl. It was not one of the large, perfect ones from the necklace. It was smaller, lopsided, a later edition or a lesser piece, a token, a receipt for a settled account. Colton picked it up. It seemed to absorb the light from the window. "He is telling us the work is nearly done. The original pearls are gathered. These are the interest." The accrued silence. Derek looked from the pearl to Colton's weary, resolute face. "What do we do with it?" "We keep it," Colton said. "We bear witness. That is the role he has assigned us. We are the keepers of the record, now that the record in the minds of the guilty has been wiped clean." That night, Derek placed the small black pearl in a plain glass dish on the mantelpiece, where the fossil had been. It looked like a drop of absolute night, a hole in the world. He understood now that Hughie's victory was not in leaving, but in staying. He was the silence that had been created by the roar of cannons and the clink of stolen gems. He was that silence made flesh, walking through London, returning it piece by piece to those who had created him. The case would never be closed. Not really. For as long as they lived, Derek knew he and Colton would listen, in the quiet moments, for the sound of a footfall on the step, or the appearance of a small plain box. They would watch the newspapers for stories of inexplicable tranquility in broken men. They were no longer detectives on the periphery of a mystery. They had become the archivists of a ghost story that was patiently, methodically, writing itself true. And the city around them, in all its fog and clamor, was both the page and the pen. The pearl on the mantel became a focal point, a still, dark star, around which their days now seemed to orbit. Derek found himself talking to it in his mind. How many left? He would ask the unreflective surface. When will you be satisfied? It never answered, but the silence itself began to feel like a reply. Colton threw himself into research with a new grim purpose. He was no longer trying to stop Hughie, but to understand the full scope of the ledger. He pored over old shipping manifests, cross-referenced East India Company pension rolls with asylum admissions, tracked the descendants of minor officials. He was mapping the ghost's intended path, and the map was vast. It was a shadow history of the Empire, written not in victories, but in quiet, private thefts. Derek, meanwhile, walked the streets. He visited the places where the medical oddities had occurred. The alley, the wharf, the leafy square where Professor Fry had lived. He looked for traces, not of Hughie, but of the silence he left behind. He saw it in the placid face of a flower seller who had been near the wharf that night, who now hummed the same strange tune as the watchman. He heard it in the unusually subdued chatter at a pub near the museum, as if a pall had settled over the place. The silence was not an absence. It was a contagion of calm, spreading in tiny, unnoticed ripples. He realized Hughie was not just collecting debts. He was redistributing the silence, taking the frantic, guilty noise from the minds of the plunderers and releasing it, dissipated, into the world around them. It was a form of ecological correction. The thought was terrifying in its elegance. One afternoon, a familiar figure appeared at the door of their consulting room. It was Inspector Vale, released from the sanitarium. He was thinner, his eyes clear but profoundly weary, like a man who has survived a long and arduous fever. He held his hat in his hands, turning it slowly. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice rough from disuse, "I have been discharged. They tell me I am cured." Colton gestured to a chair. "And do you feel cured, Inspector?" Vale sat, moving with a careful, deliberate slowness. "I feel empty. In a good way. The noise is gone. The pictures are gone." He looked directly at the black pearl on the mantel. He did not seem surprised to see it. He came to see me at the home last week." Derek leaned forward. "Hughie." Vale nodded. "He stood at the foot of my bed. He said nothing. He held up a single black pearl, then closed his hand around it. When he opened his hand, it was gone, and I felt a final piece settle, like a bone sliding back into its socket. Like a bone sliding back into its socket. He looked at his own hands. "I remember everything now. The crime, my part in covering it up. But the memory has no charge. It is like reading a report about another man. I feel no guilt. I feel no fear. I simply know it. That it is the settlement," Colton murmured. "I am resigning from the yard," Vale said. "I am going to live with my sister in the country. I believe I shall take up gardening." He said it with absolute sincerity, a man stating a plain fact about his future. The ambition, the cunning, the corrosive anxiety, all had been neatly excised. After he left, Derek felt a profound unease. He has made him harmless. He has not forgiven him. He has disarmed him. He here has returned the stolen silence, Colton said. Vale's mind was a chaotic vault of secrets. Now it is a quiet garden. It is what Huey was always meant to do. Not to punish with pain, but to reclaim with peace. The final box arrived on a bright, crisp morning. There was no messenger. It simply appeared on the step. Inside was the fossilized sea urchin once more, its ancient contours familiar. But nestled beside it was not a pearl, nor a map. It was a small, dried lotus pod, brown and brittle. When Derek lifted it, it rattled faintly. He turned it over. Every single seed chamber was empty. Colton took it, his breath catching. It is finished. The pod is empty. The seeds have been returned to the earth. The ledger is balanced. They waited then, for weeks, then months. They scanned the papers, listened for gossip, followed faint trails. But there were no more inexplicable amnesias, no more contented catatonics in the alleys of Whitechapel or the drawing rooms of Mayfair. The silence had achieved its purpose and had itself gone silent. A year later, Derek received a postcard. It was from Marseille. There was no message. The picture was of the waterfront, and in the crowd of blurred figures, standing by a bollard, Derek was certain he saw a slender man in a dark coat. His face turned towards the sea, his hands empty. The sight was not a threat, nor a promise. It was a farewell. Derek showed it to Colton, who merely nodded. That evening, they did not speak of Huey, or pearls, or silence. They discussed a new case, a mundane matter of forged wills and petty greed. But later, as Derek prepared to leave, he saw Colton pause by the mantel. He picked up the empty lotus pod and held it for a moment in his palm, his face unreadable in the firelight. Then he placed it back, beside the fossil and the single black pearl, a museum of a mystery that had solved itself. Walking home through the bustling London night, Derek understood. The infection was gone. The wound was truly healed. But the scar remained, and it would always be there to the touch, a slight, smooth difference in the texture of the world. And sometimes, in the heart of the crowd, he would feel a sudden, profound quiet, as if a pocket of that other silence still lingered, moving through the city like a deep, calm current in a turbulent sea. He no longer feared it. He simply acknowledged it and walked on. The scar, as Derek had come to think of it, was not painful. It was more like a change in atmospheric pressure, a permanent, subtle shift that only he and Colton could sense. Their practice resumed its normal rhythms, but the normalcy was a performance. They were like actors who had played a pivotal scene in a dark theater and now returned to a sunlit comedy, forever aware of the hidden stage machine. Colton began to compile a private manuscript. He did not call it a case file. He titled it A Treatise on Psychic Equilibrium, Documented Instances of Retroactive Karmic Adjustment. It was a dry academic title for what was, in essence, the story of Huey. He wrote in a precise, dispassionate hand, detailing every event, every token, every arrest mind. He included the postcard from Marseille. Derek would sometimes watch him writing, the lamplight glinting off his spectacles, and think that Colton was building a shrine of words, a containment vessel for the silence they had witnessed. One evening, over a late supper, Colton closed his notebook with a definitive snap. It is done. A full account, from the Finch case to the lotus pod. What will you do with it? Derek asked, pushing his plate away. Nothing, Colton said. It is not for publication. It is for the record. Our record, should anything ever recur. He did not need to elaborate. They both knew the ledger, while balanced, existed. The principle had been established. Others might learn of it, might attempt to replicate it, or might inadvertently trigger a similar accounting. The manuscript joined the objects on the mantel, not physically, but in spirit. The fossil, the pearl, and the empty pod now had their counterpart in bound paper. The collection was complete. Life, in its stubborn way, moved forward. Derek took on a promising young associate, a bright-eyed man named Peters, who was fascinated by forensic pathology and entirely oblivious to the darker currents that had once flowed through the consulting rooms. His enthusiasm was a tonic. Inspector Vale's replacement at the yard was a brisk, efficient woman named Inspector Mayhew, who had no patience for metaphysics and a brilliant eye for fingerprint powder. London continued to forget, to build, to drown out its past with the noise of the present. And then, on a rain-slicked afternoon 3 years after the postcard, a woman walked into their office. She was perhaps 50, dressed in unassuming but well-made morning clothes, her face a mask of composed anguish. She held a small, polished wooden box, not of the plain variety they had come to dread, but of fine rosewood with a silver clasp. "Dr. Colton? Dr. Derek?" she asked, her voice soft. "My name is Eleanor Chadwick. I believe you knew my father." Derek felt the old, familiar coldness touch his spine. Chadwick the florid man from the wharf. "We met him briefly," Colton said, his voice carefully neutral. "Please, sit down." She did not sit. She placed the rosewood box on Colton's desk and opened the clasp. Inside, on a bed of faded velvet, lay a necklace. It was a torrent of diamonds and sapphires, a piece of breathtaking, gaudy grandeur. Nestled at its center, like a dark, watchful eye, was one of the largest black pearls Derek had ever seen. "This was among my father's effects," she said. "He had it hidden in a strong box. There was no documentation, only this." She lifted a slip of paper from beneath the necklace. On it, in the same exquisite, minute hand as the doc map, was written a single line: "For the daughter who bears no debt." "He died last month," Mrs. Chadwick continued, a tremor finally entering her voice. "Not of illness. He simply stopped. He sat in his chair by the fire one evening, smiled at nothing in particular, and was gone. The doctor called it a peaceful heart failure. But for years before that, he was different. After you came to visit, he changed. He sold the wharf. He gave away most of his money. He became a quiet, simple man. He would sit for hours, just listening to the rain. She looked from the pearl to their faces, her eyes searching for an answer they could not give. Who was he? The man who did this? Was it a kindness or a punishment? Colton looked at the pearl, then at the woman's grief-stricken, confused face. He chose his words with the care of a surgeon. "It was a settlement, Mrs. Chadwick, a balancing of accounts that began long before you or your father were born. The quiet he found, it was not stolen from him. It was returned. This," he gestured to the magnificent, cursed necklace, "is the residue. The material proof of a spiritual debt that has now been paid." "Then what do I do with it?" she whispered, staring at the dark pearl as if it were a spider. Derek spoke before he knew he would. "Sell the gems. Keep the money. But take the black pearl to the river. Throw it into the deepest, darkest part of the Thames at midnight. Do not watch it sink. Just let it go." She looked at him, nodded slowly, a profound understanding passing through her that had nothing to do with facts. She closed the box, clutched it to her chest, and left without another word. When she was gone, Colton let out a long, slow breath. "The ledger," he said. "It seems we were not the only archivists." He left a copy with her, a final entry. Derek walked to the window, watching the rain blur the city. Hui was gone, but his work was still echoing, settling, sending its quiet ripples through generations. The story was not over. It was simply being passed on, like the pearl itself, from one bearer to the next, until it finally found its way back to the dark, silent deep. And they, as witnesses, were still watching. They would always be watching. Story 5. The paper was cool and smooth under his fingertips, a government-grade bond so blank and white, it felt like a void. Flynn traced the edge of the single sheet, his nail catching on the precise laser-cut border. There were no words on it. Not yet. But the emptiness was a lie. He could feel the ghost of the document it had been, the weight of the redactions that had bled the life from the original, leaving behind a sterile corpse. The scent of the secure room was a specific cocktail of recycled, chilled air and the faint, acrid tang of ozone from the shredder in the corner. He held the blank page up to the light, and for a moment, the watermark swam into view. A bald eagle, clutching not arrows and an olive branch, but a serpent coiled around a dagger. Then it vanished, and the page was just a page again, a silent witness to everything that had been erased. This was how it began for Flynn, not with a bang or a scream from the jungle, but with this tactile nothingness. He was a cartographer of shadows, an intelligence analyst for a subcommittee so obscure its letterhead changed with each administration. His world was built from intercepts, satellite ghosts, and the whispered anxieties of field reports. He built narratives from static, and he was very good at it. But the narrative for Operation Silent Talon was coming apart at the seams, its threads fraying into lies. Silent Talon was the beautiful, brutal brainchild of men in rooms without windows. A surgical, deniable strike against the Culebra cartel's new refining network, buried deep in the cloud forests where the borders of 3 nations blurred into a lawless green. The political calculus was elegant. Cripple the flow, demonstrate resolve, leave no American fingerprints. The soldiers, a hand-picked Tier 1 element, were the scalpel. They were inserted under a moonless sky, and for 72 hours, their encrypted pings were a steady, reassuring heartbeat on Flynn's maps. Then, the heartbeat stuttered. The first anomaly was a meteorological report. A storm cell, sudden and violent, had boiled up over the target zone. The satellite imagery showed a world of swirling, oppressive gray. Communications became fragmented, ghostly. Then, a final broken transmission from the ground commander, a man known as Leroy. The voice was stripped of all military cadence, reduced to a raw human sound of disbelief. They knew. They were waiting. The exfil is compromised. They're not coming, are they? Then, dead air. Flynn's official task was to compile the after-action timeline, a sanitized chronology for the eyes of the senior officials. But the gaps in the timeline were not gaps. They were voids, and voids, in Flynn's experience, were intentional. He started to map the silence. The weather anomaly coincided precisely with a shift in naval patrol routes, hundreds of miles away, a shift that left the quick reaction force too distant to respond. The satellite tasked for overwatch had been mysteriously retasked for 37 critical minutes during the initial engagement. The digital footprints he followed led to doors marked with titles like Strategic Liaison and Diplomatic Oversight, doors that clicked softly shut in his face. He met Abraham the President only once, not in the Oval Office, but in a subterranean corridor between meetings. The man moved in a bubble of weary authority, his face a landscape of calculated concern. He paused, seeing Flynn's badge. The Silent Talon analyst, he said, not a question. His handshake was firm, dry, but his eyes held a distant, glassy sheen, as if he were watching a replay of a disaster on a screen only he could see. Tragedy. Brave men. We are pursuing all avenues of accountability. The words were perfect. Polished stones. They meant nothing. As he walked away, Flynn noticed the man's shoulders. how they carried an immense, invisible weight, a weight that had nothing to do with the lives lost in a jungle, and everything to do with the balances of power in marbled halls. The soldiers were not ghosts to Flynn. He had their files, their pictures. He knew that Sergeant Vega had a newborn daughter he'd never held. That Corporal Hashu was a virtuoso with the piano. They had become abstractions in the briefing rooms, assets rendered ineffective. Their sacrifice was now a diplomatic token, a bargaining chip in a larger, dirtier game. The senior officials spoke of strategic recalibration and acceptable parameters of deniability. Flynn heard the truth. The mission had been allowed to fail. The cartel had been tipped, not by a leak, but by a policy. The soldiers were the price paid for a quieter, more advantageous deal elsewhere. A deal that would allow a different cartel's cocaine to flow in exchange for intelligence on another, more politically useful enemy. Leroy, the commander, had survived. He was found, 72 hours after the silence, by a local campesino, wandering in a state of profound shock, his uniform torn, his eyes empty. He was medevaced to a secure hospital in Germany. When Flynn finally got clearance to see him, he found a man hollowed out. Leroy sat by a window, overlooking a manicured, alien lawn. He did not look at Flynn. He spoke to the glass. "The rain," Leroy whispered, his voice a rustle of dry leaves. "It came down so hard it felt like the sky was falling on us. We were wet to the bone, cold in a way that gets into the marrow. The jungle smelled of wet earth and rotting flowers. And then, the smell changed. Cordite, blood, a coppery scent, and perfume. One of them, he wore cheap." He turned then, and his eyes focused on Flynn with a terrifying clarity. They were laughing. They knew our call signs. They knew our exfil points. They were waiting. We were a gift, wrapped and delivered. Flynn's own life, his tidy apartment in Arlington with its view of the cemetery, his wife's quiet worry that manifested in overly perfect dinners, his daughter's drawings of happy families taped to the refrigerator. All of it became a fragile diorama, a museum exhibit of a normalcy he no longer inhabited. He was living in the negative space of the official story. He slept fitfully, dreaming of blank pages that bled ink, of maps where the terrain itself shifted to betray the figures moving across it. He found his clue in a logistics manifest for the vice president's trip to Bogota, scheduled 2 weeks after the operation failed. Buried in the catering orders and motor pool requests was a single line item, a case of 47 Chateau Margaux to be delivered to a private hangar. It was a wine known to be the favorite of a certain financier, a ghost who floated between Miami, Zurich, and Medellin, a man whose webs connected politicians, intelligence agencies, and the Culebra cartel. The wine was not a bribe. It was a toast. Flynn assembled his evidence, not as a report, but as a story, the true story. He presented it not to his superiors, but to one man, the president. He requested a private audience, a desperation move. To his shock, it was granted. The room was not the Oval Office, but a small, soundproof study in the residence. Abraham sat in a wingback chair, out of uniform, looking older, softer, more human. He listened without interruption as Flynn laid it out, voice low, connecting the redirected ships, the blinded satellite, the perfume on the killer, the case of Bordeaux. He spoke of Vega's daughter, of Hashu's music, of Leroy's dead eyes. He did not accuse. He simply illuminated the pattern, the dark, elegant design. When Flynn finished, the silence was immense. The president steepled his fingers, looking at the dossier as if it were a dead animal on the rug. He sighed, a sound of profound, terminal fatigue. "Flynn," he said, and the use of his name was worse than any title. You have a meticulous mind. You see the threads, but you mistake the tapestry. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a confidential murmur. Do you think I don't know? Do you think I sleep? Every one of those men is a stone on my heart. But if I act on this, if I tear this thread, the entire fabric unravels, markets panic, alliances shatter. The alternative is a darkness you cannot imagine. Sometimes a surgeon must sacrifice a limb to save the body politic. It is a vile arithmetic. He stood, walked to the fireplace, and with a calm, deliberate motion, placed Flynn's dossier onto the glowing logs. They watched together as the pages curled, blackened, and ignited, the words turning to smoke that vanished up the flue. Leroy will receive a Distinguished Service Cross. The families will be compensated generously. The officials you've implicated will find comfortable private sector positions, far from the levers of power. And you, he said. It was not a promotion. It was a gilded cage. An invitation to become a keeper of the secrets, a guardian of the voids. To live forever in the room with the ozone scent, handling the smooth, blank pages. Flynn resigned the next day. He gave no reason. The offer of the new post was quietly withdrawn. He became a ghost in the system, a footnote. He took a job teaching geography at a small community college. He told his wife he was tired. She knew he was lying, but she also saw the light that had returned, dimly, to his eyes, now that he was no longer mapping the world's betrayals. Months later, on a crisp autumn afternoon, he was raking leaves in his modest backyard. His daughter played in the pile, her laughter a clean, bright sound in the air. As he worked the rake, the tines caught on something in the grass. He bent down and picked it up. It was a feather, a single, long primary feather from a bird of prey. A hawk, perhaps. It was a beautiful, barred gray-brown, sleek and perfect. But as he turned it in the fading light, he saw it was stained at the tip, not with mud or sap. The stain was a rusty, dried crimson. Blood dot. Old blood. He stood frozen in the mundane world of his yard. His daughter's laughter, the smell of burning leaves from a neighbor's pile, all receding into a distant hum. He looked up at the empty pale blue sky. No bird circled. No shadow passed. He looked back at the feather in his hand. This elegant, brutal thing, fallen from a silent, unseen conflict high above. He understood then that the operation never ended. The talons were always silent. The calculations were forever being made in rooms without windows. The war was not out there in the jungle. It was in the fabric of things, in the choices made, in the truths allowed to burn. He had escaped the machine, but the machine's shadow reached everywhere, leaving its enigmatic clues on manicured lawns. He did not throw the feather away. He did not show it to anyone. He simply stood there, holding it, feeling its delicate, unyielding structure. As the sun dipped below the trees, and the long, cold shadow of his own house crept across the grass toward him, inch by inevitable inch. The feather was still in his hand when his daughter, her cheeks flushed with the chill, ran over and demanded he see the leaf castle she had built. He closed his fingers around the shaft, the veins soft against his palm, and forced a smile. He admired her construction, his praise automatic and hollow. Later, he placed the feather inside an old geography textbook on a high shelf in his home office, a forgotten reliquary. Life resumed its quiet rhythm. He taught students who cared little about geopolitical contours, grading papers on sedimentary rock and watershed maps. He drank coffee in the faculty lounge and discussed football. He was, by all appearances, a man who had found peace in a smaller world. But the feather had changed the silence. Before, the quiet had been an absence of noise. Now, it was a listening post. He began to notice patterns in the mundane, echoes of the language he once spoke. A news segment about a sudden, unexplained commodities shift. The unexpected resignation of a mid-level diplomat with a posting in Colombia. Saw a brief item about a private security contractor expanding its operations into West Africa. Its board of directors a roster of familiar, ghostly names. He told himself it was paranoia, the professional deformation of a man who had spent too long in the dark. He fought the urge to look closer. He focused on his daughter's piano recitals, on his wife's hand in his during evening walks. He tried to believe the world he had left behind was a sealed chamber, its toxic air confined. Then, the letter arrived. It was not mailed to his home, but slipped into his campus mailbox. A plain white envelope with his name typed on the front. Inside, a single sheet of the same government-grade bond, cool and smooth. This one was not blank. A single line of text was centered on the page, in a crisp, anonymous font. The ledger is never balanced. It is only transferred. There was no signature, no return address. The paper held no watermark, but when he lifted it to his nose, he caught, faint and unmistakable beneath the scent of ink, the acrid tang of ozone. His hands were steady as he folded the letter and put it in his pocket. The fear was not a spike of panic, but a cold, settling certainty. This was not a threat. It's unfair. Or a receipt. They were acknowledging that he had seen the feather, that he understood its message. They were telling him he was still on the map, a fixed point in a landscape only they could see. That night, after his family was asleep, he went to his office. He did not take down the textbook with the feather. Instead, he opened his laptop. The glow of the screen, the only light in the room. For the first time since his resignation, he typed a sequence of names into a public search engine, a circuitous path that led through shell companies and philanthropic foundations. He followed it until he hit a wall, a digital barrier that smelled of statecraft and old money. He stopped. He closed the laptop. He sat in the dark for a long time, listening to the quiet house. The war was in the fabric of things. You could leave the room, but the fabric was everywhere. You could choose not to fight, but the battle was a current, and it carried you along regardless. The next morning over breakfast, his daughter chattered about a school project on local birds. She asked if he knew what kind of hawk might live in the woods behind their house. He looked at her open, curious face, and he thought of the feather, of the silent, circling shape that had shed it. "I'm not sure, sweetheart," he said, his voice even. "But we could learn. We could look for signs. Sometimes," he added, pouring more orange juice, "the only way to know what's above you is to understand the ground you're standing on." He met his wife's eyes across the table. She held his gaze for a moment, a silent conversation passing between them. She saw the resolve there, the quiet re-engagement with a mystery she would never fully understand. She gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. It was not approval, but acceptance. He was not the man who had come home from that world, and he never would be again. He was something else now, a man living in two landscapes at once. He would teach his classes. He would rake the leaves, and he would look very carefully at the shadows they cast. The bird book was a distraction, a prop for his daughter's project and a cover for his own. They spent a Saturday afternoon on the back porch, field guides spread around them. He pointed out the differences between accipiters and buteos, the wing shapes suited for forests or open fields. She was more interested in the colors, the bright eyes in the photographs. When she asked if they could go find a real nest, he said maybe, and felt a pang of guilt for the lie. The only nest he was searching for was made of data, and it was nowhere a child should go. The letter had been a trigger, shifting him from passive observer to something else. He began to take long, solitary walks in the state park a few miles from his house, a habit his wife attributed to a need for exercise and quiet. He brought a small pair of binoculars, a birder's affectation. He did watch birds. He also watched people. He noted the cars in the parking lot, the faces that seemed out of place among the hikers and dog walkers. He saw no one suspicious, which was the most suspicious thing of all. The research he conducted was careful, conducted on library computers and through interloaned books, a scholar's pursuit. He traced the flow of certain commodities, the kind that served as shadow currencies. He read dry academic papers on the privatization of security infrastructure in post-conflict zones. He cross-referenced these with the social registers of Washington and New York, the charity galas and board appointments. Patterns emerged, not as clear lines but as tendencies, gravitational pulls. The financier who liked the 47 Margot had a nephew who sat on the board of the security contractor expanding into West Africa. The resigned diplomat now worked for a consultancy that advised that same contractor. He was mapping again, but this map had no borders. It was a map of influence, of silent partnerships. He understood now what the president had meant by context. It was an ecosystem, vast and self-sustaining, where predation and symbiosis were indistinguishable. To remove one element was to risk collapse, or worse, a violent reordering. His previous work had been about finding a single rotten tree. Now he was seeing the whole forest, and it was all nourished by the same dark soil. The second communication came in early spring. He found a small, flat stone on the driver's seat of his unlocked car in the college parking lot. It was smooth, river-worn. Taped to it was a microsed card. His heart hammered against his ribs as he drove home, the stone a weight in his coat pocket. That night, on an old air-gapped laptop he had kept from his previous life, he viewed the contents. It was a video file, shaky, shot in low light, the green hue of night vision. It showed a dusty airstrip somewhere arid, a plane, unmarked, its engines idling. Figures moved, loading crates. The camera zoomed, shaky. A man stepped into the pool of light from the cargo door, speaking to someone off camera. He was wearing a polo shirt and khakis, the uniform of a civilian. It was the resigned diplomat. The timestamp in the corner was dated 2 weeks after his resignation. The location metadata, likely stripped, was absent, but the flora, the architecture of the hangar in the background, suggested the Horn of Africa. The video cut. A second clip appeared, this one from a smartphone, daytime. A ribbon-cutting ceremony. A new medical clinic in a rural Latin American village. Smiling local officials, beaming aid workers. The camera panned and held for a moment on a man in the crowd, clapping politely. He was wearing a distinctive, brightly patterned tie. Flynn had seen that tie before, in a surveillance photo from a different file, years ago. It belonged to the financier, the man who enjoyed fine wine. The file ended. There was no message, no text. Just the evidence, raw and undeniable. A connection. A through line from a betrayal in a cloud forest, to a clandestine airstrip, to a philanthropic photo op. It was a sample, a tiny thread pulled from the vast tapestry. It was proof that his new map was not a paranoid fantasy, and it was a test. They were showing him they knew what he was doing. They were giving him a piece of the puzzle, not to solve it, but to prove it existed. The meaning was clear. You are outside, but you are not free. You see the shadows, so we will show you the shapes. Now, what will you do? He sat back. The glow of the screen the only light in the room. The cold certainty he'd felt before warmed into a slow, simmering anger. They were not just containing him. They were curating his awareness. They had made him a spectator to their own crimes, a prisoner in a gallery of their design. The gilded cage had not been withdrawn. It had just been made larger, its bars invisible. He thought of Leroy's hollow eyes, of the laugh in the perfumed mist. He thought of his daughter on the porch, looking up at an empty sky, asking about hawks. He could not unsee what he had seen. He could not pretend the feather had never fallen. He ejected the microsed card. He did not destroy it. He placed it inside the same geography textbook next to the feather. The reliquary was growing. He powered down the old laptop and sat in the perfect dark. The question was no longer what he knew. The question was what he was. A cartographer of shadows, even a retired one, did not just map the terrain. He understood its uses. He knew that to change a landscape, you did not always need a bulldozer. Sometimes you needed a single well-placed stone to start a landslide. They had given him a stone. He turned the smooth, river-worn rock over in his hand, feeling its weight, its potential energy. It was time to decide where to drop it. The stone became a worry stone, carried in his pocket. Its smoothness was a tactile reminder of the choice that lay ahead, a choice with no clear ethical path. Doing nothing was a form of complicity. Acting was a form of re-entry. He lived with the tension for a week, teaching his classes on fluvial erosion and plate tectonics, all the while feeling the subterranean pressures of a world he was supposed to have left behind. The decision was made for him in the frozen foods aisle of the local grocery store. He was comparing pizza brands, a mundane domestic task, when he saw a man 2 coolers down, selecting a bag of peas. The man was in his 50s, fit, with a bland, pleasant face. He wore a navy windbreaker. It was the shoes that caught Flynn's eye, polished, tactical-style boots out of place on the linoleum. The man looked up, met Flynn's gaze, and gave a small, polite nod before moving on. There was no recognition in his eyes, only a professional assessment, a snapshot, a check-in. The message was as clear as the typed letter. You are ordinary. You are watched. You are safe as long as you remain ordinary. Flynn put a frozen pizza in his cart, his hand steady. The anger crystallized into a hard, clear point. They wanted him to be a passive observer, a museum-goer in the gallery of their secrets. But a map is not just for looking. It is for navigating, for finding leverage. He would not go to the authorities. There were no authorities, only different departments of the same machine. He would not try to expose them to the world. The world, as the president said, could not bear the context. Instead, he would use the only weapon he had left, his understanding of the ecosystem. If they moved in shadows, he would not bring a light. He would become a shadow within the shadow. The stone from his pocket went into the garden, a border for his wife's tulip bed. The microsed card and the feather remained in the book. He began his real work, not with searches, but with memories. He reconstructed, from mental blueprints, the architecture of the voids, the protocols for dead-drop communications, the fallback identities, the banking conduits considered too minor for regular scrutiny. He remembered a name, mentioned only once in a decades-old file, of a journalist in Lisbon who had asked the right questions and miraculously had not been silenced, but had been fed just enough truth to make her a useful, contained skeptic. He planned a summer course for the college. The geography of global trade. It was approved. He told his wife he wanted to take a short research trip to Portugal beforehand, to study port logistics. It was a thin cover, but it was domestic, academic, benign. She kissed him goodbye at the airport, her eyes holding that same silent understanding. The fear in her gaze was not for his safety, but for his soul. In Lisbon, under the pretext of visiting the port authority, he spent an afternoon in a dusty archive. On his way out, he accidentally bumped into a woman in the reading room, spilling both their stacks of papers. As they gathered them, apologizing, he slipped a single blank sheet of the government-grade bond into her folder. The paper, to anyone else, was just paper. To her, After a career of dead ends and whispered tips, it would be a signature. A calling card from the void itself. On it, he had traced, with a dry stylus, no ink, the faintest impression of a feather. It would be visible only under a certain angle of light. She would know what to do with the blank page, where to look next. He had given her the first coordinate. He flew home, graded midterms, and taught his class. He waited. Months passed. Then, a small article appeared in a European financial digest, buried in the back pages. It connected a Luxembourg holding company to a series of overpriced medical supply purchases in a region of Africa where the security contractor operated. The article was speculative, but the details were precise. It caused a minor stir, a dip in a stock price. A single stone, dropped in a pond far away. Flynn read it online and in his office, a faint smile touching his lips. It was a start. The ledger, as they said, was never balanced, but it could be audited. Entry by careful entry. He was no longer a keeper of secrets. He had become a leaker of context, a slow, patient poison in the system's veins. He closed the browser, picked up a stack of student quizzes on mineral hardness, and walked to his next class. The sky outside the classroom window was a clear, untroubled blue. But he knew now that even on the calmest days, feathers fell, and someone had to be there to pick them up and to understand the silent, circling shape from which they came. The final exam for his geography of trade class asked a single essay question. Choose a global commodity, trace its path from origin to consumer, and describe one point where that path becomes intentionally obscured. Explain the strategic value of that obscurity. He graded the papers with a new attention. Most students wrote about conflict minerals or oil. One, a quiet young woman from Omaha, wrote about pharmaceuticals. Her analysis was sharp, unemotional, and pointed to a specific regulatory gap between Singapore and Panama. He gave her an A and wrote in the margin, "See me." When she came to his office hours, he asked about her sources. She mentioned a series of obscure Portuguese language trade blogs. He nodded, asked a few more questions, and then recommended a book, a dense theoretical text on logistical space. As she left, he said, "Curiosity is a compass, but a map is made by walking." She looked puzzled, but thanked him. That evening, he received a plain text email from a disposable address. The subject line was blank. The body contained only a set of geographic coordinates and a time, 3 days hence. The coordinates plotted to a remote section of the Appalachian Trail, a 2-hour drive from his home. It was not the method of his old service. It was someone else's. He told his wife he was going on an overnight hiking trip to clear his head. She helped him pack his bag, her hands smoothing the folds of his rain jacket. She did not ask any questions. At the trailhead, he shouldered his pack and began to walk. The forest was deep and quiet, the silence different from the listening silence of his home. This was an ancient, absorbent quiet. He hiked for hours, following the coordinates to a rocky overlook that faced a vast, empty valley. He was early. He sat on a rock, ate an apple, and waited. Just as the sun began to bleed into the long shadows of the mountains, he heard the soft crush of gravel. A woman emerged from the tree line. She was older than he expected, with a lean, weathered face and eyes that held the same calibrated stillness as his own. She wore hiking gear, but it was new, unstained. "Flynn," she said. It wasn't a question. "Who are you with?" he asked, not moving. "No one, anymore." She sat on a rock a few feet away, keeping the distance between them. "I read the Lisbon piece. I've been following the ripples. You planted a seed. It grew a specific kind of root. I recognized the gardener. What do you want?" "To compare maps." She opened a side pocket on her pack and withdrew not a device, but a folded piece of paper. She smoothed it on the rock between them. It was a hand-drawn sketch, a network of lines and nodes, names and dates. He saw his own name, a minor node. He saw the financier, the contractor, the diplomat. But the lines extended far beyond his own research, branching into foundations, media outlets, academic institutions. It was a mycelial network, vast and interconnected. "This is what you're auditing," she said. "I've been trying to burn it out for 10 years. It doesn't work. You can't burn mycelium. It just grows back. So what's the alternative?" She looked at him, and for the first time, her expression softened from professional assessment to something like weary kinship. "You don't fight the network. You learn to live within it, and you redirect it. You make it carry a different message, a toxin or an antidote, depending on your point of view." She pointed to a cluster of names on her map, a philanthropic initiative focused on water security. "They're using it to gain influence, to control resources. The structure is there. The money flows. The only thing that needs to change is the outcome." She looked at him. "A cartographer doesn't just draw the world. He proposes routes." The wind picked up, cold and sharp. Flynn studied the map, his mind already tracing the potential pathways, the points of pressure and diversion. He had thought he was working alone, a solitary scribe in the margins. But she was offering him a deeper, more dangerous truth. He was not alone. There were others, scattered, silent, who had also seen the feathers fall. They were not an army. They were a diaspora. And a diaspora could, with great patience, rewrite a homeland. "Why me?" he asked. "Because you left," she said simply. "And then you chose to look back. That's the only credential that matters anymore." She stood, refolding the map. "Think about it. There's a trail maintenance cabin a mile east. I'll be there until dawn." She turned and walked back into the trees, leaving him with the map in his mind and the vast, darkening valley below. He sat until the last light was gone and the stars pricked the sky. He thought of his daughter, of the quiet rhythm of his life, of the stone he had placed in the garden. Then he thought of the ledger, forever transferred, never balanced. He stood, his joints stiff from the cold. He had his answer. He shouldered his pack and turned, not back toward the trailhead, but east, toward the cabin. The map was not just a record. It was an invitation, and he was finally ready to walk its contours. The cabin was a single room, smelling of damp wood and old smoke. She had lit a small backpacking stove, its blue flame the only light. She didn't look up as he entered, just gestured to a stump stool opposite her. He sat. "Call me Mara," she said, pouring hot water into 2 tin cups. She passed one to him. "I was with Treasury, financial intelligence. I tracked illicit flows until I found a river that led straight to a senator's foundation. I was told to let it go. I didn't. What happened? A reassignment, then an audit of my own life. My husband left. He said I had a smell on me, like metal and bad luck." She sipped her tea. "I quit. Now I walk, and I talk to people like you." Flynn held the warm cup. "Your map, it's not just an exposure. You're talking about subversion." "Infiltration," she corrected. "Using their own channels, their own money, turning their machinery to a different purpose. It's slow, it's fragile. One mistake and you're not just dead, you're discredited, a conspiracy theorist who stole from a charity. But it's possible. It's already happening, in fragments. A grant that was meant for propaganda buys real medicine. A surveillance contract is fulfilled with deliberately flawed software. A whistleblower is given a path out, not into a courtroom, but into a safe job where they can keep working." She looked at him. It's palliative care for a dying system. We can't save the patient, but we can ease the suffering it causes on the way out. The concept was both monstrous and beautiful. It was a surrender to the scale of the corruption, and a commitment to fight it on a cellular level. It meant living in a permanent state of ambiguity, of committing what looked like crimes to achieve a form of justice. It was the opposite of the clear, righteous action he had once imagined. "You want me to recruit?" he said. "I want you to teach," she replied. "Your students, the curious ones, the ones who see the obscurity in the supply chain. You don't turn them. You just give them better tools, sharper compasses. You help them get jobs in the right places, the boring places, the oversight committees, the logistics firms, the grant offices. You create a curriculum for the invisible world." Then he understood. He would not be a soldier in her shadow war. He would be an academy, a quiet, patient, institutional counterweight, weight. A place where feathers were not just collected but studied, their origins catalogued, their implications taught. "And you?" he asked. "What do you get from me?" "A node," she said. "A point of stability. I'm a wanderer. I make connections. I pass messages. I nudge things. But I need places to come to ground. People who understand the context. You have a life, a cover, a reason to be where you are. That's more valuable than any secret I could steal." He finished his tea. The silence stretched, filled only with the hiss of the stove. He thought of the quiet woman from Omaha, her sharp eyes. He thought of the blank page he had given the journalist. He had already begun, hadn't he? He was already walking the path. Mara was just giving it a name. "All right," he said, the words quiet but solid in the small space. She nodded, as if he had confirmed something she already knew. From her pack, she took a simple, clean burner phone. "This is for you. It's a library. Texts only. Numbers change. You'll receive reading lists," suggested syllabi. "Job postings for your best students. You'll never contact me. I'll find you like this when it's necessary." He took the phone. It felt lighter than the stone. At first light, she was gone. He hiked back to his car under a gray, drizzling sky. The world looked the same, the wet asphalt, the dripping pines, but he felt a subtle, seismic shift. He was not returning home. He was returning to his post. His wife was in the garden when he pulled into the driveway. She looked up, her hands muddy, her smile tentative. "How was the walk?" "Clearing," he said, and it was not a lie. He kissed her forehead, smelling the soil on her skin. He went inside, placed the burner phone in a locked drawer with his old passport, and changed into his teaching clothes. That afternoon he stood before his class, a map of global shipping lanes projected behind him. "Last time," he began, "we discussed choke points. Today we're going to discuss something more subtle. Currents, the unseen flows that carry things, goods, information, influence, along the paths of least resistance. Your final assignment will be to chart one of these currents, to find where it begins and where, if you were to introduce a single small change, you..." He looked out at the young faces, some bored, some bright with interest. He wondered which of them would choose to follow the current into the dark, and which would simply note it on a chart and move on. He would teach them all. He would give them the tools. And he would watch patiently for the ones who understood that a map is not just a record of the world, but a set of instructions for changing. Story 6. The first sound was not a gunshot or a scream, but the slow, metronomic drip of water from a fractured pipe in the ceiling, striking the concrete floor of the warehouse with the patience of a torturer. Plink. A pause long enough to forget it. Plink. Then the memory of the last one, and the anticipation of the next. In that hollow, dark space, the sound was a clock, counting down the seconds since everything had gone wrong. Charlie the robber listened to it, his back pressed against cold, corrugated steel, the smell of damp rot and old motor oil thick in his throat. He held his breath, not from fear of being found, but to hear what else the silence might give up. A creak, weight on a board. A shift in the stale air. The drip was his anchor, the only honest thing left in the night. His accomplices were ghosts already, scattered by the failed heist at the armored car depot, their plans dissolving into a comedy of errors that was only funny in retrospect, and only if you had a very dark sense of humor. Lenny had tripped the silent alarm, thinking it was a light switch. Mickey had brought a replica gun that in his panic he'd thrown at a guard. They were grotesques, figures from a cautionary tale, more dangerous in their flailing incompetence than any professional killer. They'd fled here, to this rotting dockyard shed Charlie knew from a past life, a temporary tomb. Now he was alone. He could still feel the heat of the chase on his skin, the cold weight of the stolen bearer bonds in the duffel at his feet, and the sharper, more persistent weight of the marshal's gaze, which had found him in the chaos like a spotlight. Her name was Chris, Deputy United States Marshal Christine Vance. She had been a silhouette against the halogen glare of the depot yard, her voice cutting through the radio static, and shouted orders with a calm, clean precision. He'd seen her for only a moment, but the image was etched. The severe line of her posture, the way her eyes scanned not just the space, but the intent within it. He'd slipped away, a shadow among shadows, but he felt pursued in a way that was new. This wasn't the clumsy lumbering of city police or the bullish rage of his rival Beau, who coveted the score with a violent, simple-minded greed. This was a needle-thread pursuit, intelligent, relentless. Days later, holed up in a motel room that smelled of bleach and regret, Charlie saw her again. On the local news, a brief clip. She was speaking to reporters, her words measured, devoid of the bluster typical of the authorities. "We are pursuing several leads," she said, and her eyes, a cool gray like a winter sea, seemed to look past the camera, past the walls, and directly into the dark room where he sat. He turned the television off. The silence afterward was different. It was full of her. The chase became a dance. He moved from one crumbling safe house to another, using contacts from the frayed edges of his old life. A bartender with a memory problem that could be bought. A pawnbroker who asked no questions, but took a heavy percentage. A woman named Elise, who ran a bookshop, and remembered a kinder version of Charlie from a decade past. These minor characters orbited him, adding color and risk, their loyalties as thin as the dollar bills he paid them with. He left faint trails, not by accident, but by design. A used coffee cup at a diner counter, a specific brand of cigarette butt outside a bus station. He wanted her to see it. He needed to know if she could. She could. Chris Vance pieced together his movements not as a line, but as a pattern. The clues were too neat, too poetic. They felt like communication. Her colleagues, the collective mass of the authorities, saw only the brute facts of the case. Escaped felon, stolen securities, dangerous associates. They wanted to tighten the net, to crush. Chris looked at the spaces between the facts. The empty diner stool still warm. The novel about Paris left on a bus bench, a page dog-eared. It was minimalist, fragmented intelligence. It slowed her mind, forced her to consider the man, not just the crime. In her quiet apartment, with the city lights bleeding through the blinds, she would run the details through her hands like beads. The smoothness of his operations contrasted with the buffoonery of his crew, the lack of violence in his record, a point of professional pride for him, a point of curiosity for her. The way he moved through the city's underbelly not as a predator, but as a resident. Their first real meeting was in a public library, deep in the stacks under the faint hum of fluorescent lights. He was looking at a volume of old railway maps, a potential route out of the state. She appeared between the shelves, not in uniform, just jeans and a leather jacket, her presence causing the dusty air to still. She didn't draw her weapon. "You're making it personal, Charlie," she said, her voice low, a confidential murmur in the quiet. "Isn't it always?" he replied, not looking up, his finger resting on a thin line representing a disused track. The scent of old paper and her perfume. Something clean and unsentimental like vetiver mingled strangely. "For me, it's geometry. You're a point moving through space. I plot the trajectory. And what's the end point? A cell." She took a step closer. "Or a grave. Bo's looking for you, too. He doesn't have my constraints." Charlie finally looked at her. The attraction was a live wire between them, humming with a dangerous voltage. It wasn't about beauty, though she had that. A sharp, composed kind. It was about recognition. In her, he saw the same focused calculation he prized in himself. In him, she saw the ghost of a path not taken, a chaotic freedom that defied her ordered world. "I have what he wants," Charlie said. "He'll never stop. Give it to me. Let the system handle him." He smiled, a faint, weary thing. "The system put him on the street last time. Your geometry doesn't account for rotten variables." She had no answer for that. He slipped away, a shadow dissolving between the rows of books, leaving her with the smell of his soap and the echo of his words. The pursuit continued, but its nature had shifted. He would call her from burn phones, his voice a whisper in her ear late at night. Tell her about the view from a water tower, or the sound of rain on a tin roof, never where he was. She would listen, saying nothing, the silence between them as charged as any confession. She tracked Bio's brutal, clumsy movements. A beaten informant here, a firebombed flophouse there, and found herself working, in a perverse way, to keep Charlie ahead of him, to keep him for herself. The climax arrived not with a grand shootout, but in a derelict suburban development, half-built houses standing like skeletons in the fog. Bio had cornered Charlie's accomplices, extracting the location with casual cruelty. Charlie went, not to save them, but to finish it. The bonds were a secondary concern now. This was about survival in its purest form. Chris knew he would go. It was the one move she could predict with absolute certainty. The fog-muffled sound, turning the world into a gray, damp dream. Charlie moved from porch to porch, the duffel bag heavy on his shoulder. He found Lenny and Mickey in a gutted living room, tied and bruised, sniveling. Bo emerged from the kitchen, a large, shapeless man with violence in his small, calm eyes. The confrontation was short, ugly, a struggle of grunts and the sickening thud of flesh. It was Chris's arrival that fractured the scene. She came from the fog, weapon drawn, her voice cutting through the murk. "Federal Marshal, drop it!" But the lines were blurred. Bill saw his chance, grabbing a stumbling Mickey as a shield. Charlie saw an opening. Chris saw a fractured field of fire, two dangerous men, and a hostage in a mist that played tricks on the eyes. A shot rang out. Sharp. Dot. Oh no. It came from Chris's gun. But who she aimed for, who she intended to hit, was lost in the chaotic geometry of the moment. Bill fell, a dark bloom spreading on his chest. Mickey screamed. Charlie stood frozen, his eyes locked on Chris. In her face, he saw not the cool marshal, but a woman in a moment of terrible, decisive ambiguity. The fog swallowed the sound. The drip of water from a broken gutter somewhere replaced the gunshot's echo. The official report was clean. Justified use of force. A dangerous felon neutralized. The recovered bonds were logged. The accomplices in their terror corroborated the marshal's story. Charlie vanished. Not into the system, but into the deeper silence that followed. Weeks later, Bill Chris resigned from the Marshal Service. The official reason was the trauma of the shooting. The truth was a secret she carried like a locket next to her heart. She had seen Charlie, in the instant after the gunshot, melt into the wall of fog. She had not called out. She had simply watched the gray swallow him whole. She moved to a coastal town, a place of constant wind and the smell of salt. One day, a postcard arrived. No return address. A picture of a railway line stretching into a desert. On the back, in familiar handwriting, a single line. The trajectory changes. She never saw him again. But sometimes, on nights when the Pacific fog rolled in, thick and silent, she would sit on her porch and listen. The world would reduce to the sound of a distant buoy bell, a slow, rhythmic tolling in the white void. And then, hypnotic empty space. The investigation of her own heart dissolved into confusion and uncertainty. Did she aim for Bill? Or in that split second, seeing Charlie about to lunge, had her duty warped into something else, something personal and final? Had she saved him or condemned him? Had he ever really been there at all, or was he just a ghost of the chase, a manifestation of the attraction she'd fought so hard to deny? The facts were clear. The truth was not. The story had no clean ending, only the lingering scent of vetiver and motor oil, the memory of a drip in a dark warehouse, and the profound, unsettling silence that comes after a question has been asked, but never answered. She would sit there, in the cool damp, and let the fog cover her, and the line between the hunter and the hunted, between justice and desire, would blur until it disappeared entirely, leaving only the quiet, the gray, and the haunting echo of a possibility. The bookshop bell was the old-fashioned kind, a soft jangle that spoke of quiet afternoons and slow business. Elise looked up from her ledger, her glasses perched on the end of her nose. The woman who entered was not a regular. She carried the weather with her, a crispness that didn't belong to the seaside town. She moved with an economy of motion, her eyes scanning the cramped, cozy space, not for a title, but for its geometry, its exits, its shadows. "Can I help you?" Elise asked, her voice carefully neutral. Chris Vance offered a small, tight smile. It didn't reach her eyes. "Just browsing. Thank you." Her gaze lingered on the travel section, then the local history, before finally settling on Elise. "It's a lovely shop. Must be peaceful here." "It is," Elise said, closing the ledger. She felt a cold trickle of understanding. This was the Marshal, the one from the news clips Charlie had warned her about in his own oblique way. "If a woman ever comes asking, you never knew me. You sold me a book once, a decade ago. That's all. It's the kind of place people come to forget things," Chris said, running a finger along the spine of a worn copy of Moby Dick. "Or to be forgotten." Elise said nothing. The silence stretched, filled only by the tick of a wall clock and the distant cry of gulls. Chris finally turned fully toward her. She didn't look like a hunter anymore. She looked tired. "He had books, didn't he? The man who used to come here. The one who liked railways and deserts." The pretense was thin, almost transparent. Elise held her gaze. "Many people do." A nod. Chris reached into her pocket and placed a small, flat stone on the counter. It was smooth, gray, with a single white stripe running through it like a path. "If he ever comes back," Chris said, her voice barely above a whisper, "give him this. Tell him it's from the shore. A good paperweight to keep things from blowing away." She left then, the bell jangling softly behind her. Elise picked up the stone. It was still warm from the woman's pocket. She turned it over. There was nothing inscribed, no hidden message. It was just a stone, a token, a paperweight for a life without papers. That night, Elise placed the stone on a high shelf in the back room, next to a first edition of the Great Railway Bazaar that hadn't sold in years. She didn't expect to ever see Charlie again, but the stone's presence changed the air in the shop. It was a question mark made of granite. Months passed. The fog season came again, draping the town in its familiar silence. One morning, Elise arrived to find the shop door unlocked, though she was certain she had locked it. Nothing was missing, but on the counter, where the ledger usually lay, was the gray stone, and beside it, a single dog-eared page torn from a book. It was a page from the Odyssey, the passage where Odysseus, home at last after 20 years, is recognized not by his face, but by the scar on his leg. The stone was gone. Elise never mentioned the incident to anyone. She tucked the page into the ledger and went about her day. But sometimes, when the fog was particularly thick, she would glance toward the travel section and imagine a shadow there. A man studying a map of some far-off desert, his trajectory forever changed, carrying a small, smooth weight in his pocket to remind him of a shore he could never truly leave behind. And she wondered if the marshal, in her house by the sea, ever felt the absence of that stone, and if its journey was the only answer she would ever get. The coastal fog was a living thing, a slow, patient breath that blurred the edges of the world. Chris sat on her porch, the worn wood cool beneath her, and held the empty space where the stone had been in her mind. She had felt its absence the moment she placed it on Elise's counter. A deliberate surrender, a message in a bottle cast into a sea she would never sail. Its disappearance was the reply. A quiet, definitive period to a sentence she hadn't known how to end. Her life now was a study in quiet rhythms. The repair of fishing nets for the old man next door, a skill learned with the same focus she once applied to forensic reports. The slow cultivation of a garden that fought the salty soil. The long walks along the cliffs where the wind tried to scour her clean. She was not Christine Vance, Deputy United States Marshal, anymore. She was Chris, the woman who fixed nets and kept to herself. The locals accepted her with the polite distance afforded to newcomers who bore a subtle weight. She thought she had made peace with the ambiguity, the shot in the fog, the gray shape vanishing, the official closure that felt like a door slammed on a room still full of whispers. But the stone's journey proved her wrong. It proved he was out there, a point moving through space, and that he had received her token. The trajectory had changed, but it was still a line, and it had, however briefly, intersected with hers once more. This was not an ending. It was a different kind of pursuit, one conducted across vast, silent distances, measured in years and gestures. One afternoon, a parcel arrived with no postmark, left on her doorstep in the damp haze of dawn. It was a flat, rectangular box, wrapped in plain brown paper. Inside, nestled in tissue, was a book, a first edition of the Great Railway Bazaar, its spine cracked with gentle age. She opened the cover. On the front-end paper, in a handwriting she knew, was an inscription. For C, who understands that all journeys are circular. A footnote. Her hands did not shake. Her breath remained even. She carried the book to her chair by the window and traced the letters with her finger. It was not a love letter. It was a thesis, an acknowledgement, a shared secret bound in leather and old paper. He was telling her he knew about the bookshop, about Elise, about the stone's path. He was proving that his geometry still accounted for her. She did not burn the book. She placed it on the shelf beside her bed, a silent companion. Some nights she would take it down and read a random passage. The prose a map of a world that no longer existed. And feel a strange, calm companionship. The chase was over. The dance had become a parallel walk. Two lines never touching but forever aligned by the same invisible forces. Years later, an article appeared in a major newspaper, a retrospective on unsolved heists of the late 20th century. It mentioned the armored car depot job, the recovered bonds, the slain felon Bio. It called the mastermind, one Charlie Darnell, a ghost, a footnote in criminal history. The article quoted a retired marshal who declined to be named, saying, "He was the smartest one I never caught. Sometimes I wonder if catching him was ever the point." Chris read the article on her sun-faded porch, a cup of tea going cold in her hands. She looked out at the endless, gray expanse of the ocean, and for the first time, the silence felt complete. Not empty, but full. It contained the plink of a water drip, the scent of vetiver in a library, the feel of a smooth stone, the weight of a book. It contained every step of the dance, every point on the trajectory. The question had not been answered. It had simply been outlived, its sharp edges worn smooth by time and tide, until it was no longer a question at all, but just another part of the landscape. She finished her tea, folded the newspaper, and went inside to fix the nets. The fog was rolling in again, and the buoy bell began to toll. The nets were a tangle of rough twine and memory, her fingers working with a rhythm learned by muscle, not mind. The article had stirred nothing but a distant professional appreciation for its inaccuracies. The retired marshal's quote was the only truth in it, a pebble dropped into the pond of public record, its ripples meaningless to anyone but her. The next morning a man came to the door. He was in his 60s, with the sun-beaten skin of a fisherman, but his eyes were a clear, sharp blue that didn't match his coveralls. He held a clipboard. Vance, County Surveyor's Office. We're updating some coastal erosion maps. Mind if I take a few readings from your bluff? His voice was neutral, his posture relaxed. But the request was wrong. The county never came out this far without notice. Chris felt the old circuitry awaken, cold and precise. She nodded, stepping aside. Of course. The path's around back. He spent an hour on the edge of her property, a tripod set up, making notations. She watched from the kitchen window, her hands still. He wasn't surveying. He was waiting. When he packed up, he came to the back door instead of the front. He didn't have his clipboard. Beautiful view, he said. Lonely, though. It suits me, she replied. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, sealed envelope, waterproof and plain. He held it out. For you, from a mutual friend who appreciates the geometry of shores. She took it. The paper was thick, expensive. Is he well? The man almost smiled. He's free. That's a kind of health, isn't it? He tipped an imaginary hat and walked away, leaving no card, no name, just the faint imprint of boots on the damp grass. Inside the envelope was a single, crisp photograph. It showed a desk by a window overlooking a city she didn't recognize. Maybe Lisbon, maybe Buenos Aires. On the desk sat the gray stone with the white stripe, now functioning perfectly as a paperweight, anchoring a small stack of papers. Beside it was the first edition of the Great Railway Bazaar, and beside that, a simple white card with 2 words written in that familiar hand. Parallel lines. No plea, no promise, just a statement of fact, an update, a sharing of coordinates. She burned the photograph in the sink, watching the emulsion curl and blacken, washing the ashes down the drain. The message, however, she kept. It lived now in the same locked chamber of her heart, where the ambiguity of the gunshot resided. 2 truths, equally real, equally unresolved. She understood then that this was their lasting, unspoken agreement. They would never meet. The attraction at Livewire was too dangerous to ever test again. Instead, they had built this, a silent, patient communication across the years, a proof of life and a testament to the chase that had, in the end, defined them both more than any other love or duty ever had. The fog bell tolled. Chris went back to her nets. Her hands were steady, her mind calm. He was a point moving through space. She was a fixed point on a shore. And the line between them, though it would never touch either point again, was now, and would always be, perfectly, infinitely drawn. The years softened the edges of the vigilance, but never the awareness. It became a habit, like breathing. She would notice a particular book left on a bench in the town square, one she had never mentioned loving but did. She would find a single, perfect seashell on her windowsill after a storm, a type not native to that coast. Small, untraceable affirmations that the line was still there, humming with a quiet current. She took up painting. Watercolors mostly, the wash of sky over water, the blur of fog through pines. She painted the way she had once worked a case, with layers and patience, seeking the truth beneath the visible. One of her paintings, a particularly stark study of the cliff path disappearing into mist, won a small prize at a county fair. It was featured in the local paper, a tiny photo in black and white. A month later, a package arrived. Inside was a beautiful antique wooden box filled with high-quality watercolor pigments from Italy. The note card read simply, "For capturing the gray." The postmark was Zurich, but that meant nothing. She used the paints. They were the finest she had ever touched. When the diagnosis came, it was a quiet, internal thief. The treatment was brutal and bought her time, but not the kind she wanted. She made her arrangements with the same detached efficiency she had once applied to stakeouts. She told no one in the town, letting them assume her gradual withdrawal was just a deepening of her natural solitude. In her final weeks, she spent her days on the porch, wrapped in a blanket, watching the ocean change. The pain was a distant tide, ebbing and flowing. One evening, as the fog poured over the cliffs like a slow avalanche, she saw a figure walking up the path. Not the postman, not a neighbor. A tall, lean silhouette, shoulders slightly stooped, moving with a familiar, deliberate grace. He stopped at the edge of her porch, just outside the circle of light from the lamp. Time had done its work, etching his face, silvering his hair. But his eyes were the same. They held the same quiet intelligence, the same deep, unspoken history. He didn't speak. Neither did she. He simply stood there, a part of the fog given form, and looked at her. He had come to bear witness, to confirm the endpoint of his parallel line. After a long moment, he gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. It was not a greeting. It was an acknowledgement of everything. The chase, the shot, the stone, the books, the years of silent communion. It was a final report. Then he turned and walked back down the path, dissolving into the gray without a sound. Chris let out a breath she felt she had been holding for 20 years. There was no fear, no regret, no burning need for answers. There was only a profound, settling peace. The investigation was closed. Not solved, but completed. She died 2 nights later, quietly, in her sleep. The local paper ran a brief obituary for the reclusive woman who fixed nets and painted. It mentioned no past, no family. It was the story she had chosen. The estate sale was a small affair. Most of her things were unremarkable. The first edition of the Great Railway Bazaar was bought by a dealer from the city for a modest sum. He didn't notice the faint pencil mark on the back end paper. A tiny, precise longitude and latitude coordinate. It pointed to a remote stretch of coastline in another country. A year after her death, a man walked that distant, windswept shore. He carried a small gray stone in his pocket. He found the place, a high bluff overlooking a violent, beautiful sea. There was no marker. None was needed. He took the stone from his pocket, weighed it in his palm for a moment, and then cast it far out into the crashing waves. A final return of the token, a closing of the circuit. He stood for a long time, listening to the gulls and the wind before turning inland. The trajectory, at long last, was complete. The two lines, having run their parallel course to the very edge of the map, now ended in the same vast, silent, and undeniable truth. The man walked until the sound of the sea was a memory. He carried no stone now, no book, no token of any past. The coordinates were etched inside him, a quiet, settled fact. He found a small room in a city that asked no questions, and for the first time in his long, careful life, he felt not like a ghost, but simply like a man who had outlived his story. He took a job in a library, a vast, hushed cathedral of books. It was a different kind of geometry, one of ordered shelves and silent, seeking patrons. He liked the dust, the smell of old paper, the way the light fell in long slants through high windows. He was good at finding things for people, at tracing the obscure reference, at following the faint trail of an idea. No one asked about his past. In a library, everyone has a past they are quietly escaping. One afternoon, a young woman approached his desk. She had Chris eyes, that same clear, assessing blue, though her hair was darker and her smile easier. She placed a flat, rectangular package on the desk between them. "I was told to give this to you," she said. Her voice was softer, but the directness was familiar. "My mother left instructions," she said, "to wait a year. Then find the man working in the library who always straightens the travel section at exactly 3 p.m. He did not reach for the package. He simply looked at her, seeing the echo and the divergence. The living proof of a life lived fully elsewhere. "Your mother," he said, his voice rough from disuse. "Christine Vance," the young woman said. "She said you'd know the name. She also said to tell you that parallel lines meet at infinity. A theoretical concept, but one she found comforting." He nodded, accepting the final correction, the last shared piece of logic. The young woman smiled, a little sadly, and turned to leave. "Wait," he said. He opened a drawer and took out a small, blank card. He wrote a single word on it, folded it, and handed it to her. "For you." Not a message, just a word she liked. The young woman opened the fold. The word was vetiver. She looked puzzled but nodded her thanks and left him alone in the quiet. He opened the package. It was her watercolor of the cliff path disappearing into the mist. The gray was profound, layered, alive. In the lower corner, in her small, neat script, she had written a title. A Satisfactory Geometry. He hung the painting on the bare wall of his small room. It was the only thing he hung. He would look at it in the evenings, not with longing, but with a sense of profound recognition. She had captured it, the whole long, gray, beautiful chase. The hunter, the hunted, the justice, the desire. All of it blurred into this one, quiet truth of a path leading into an inevitable and peaceful obscurity. He worked in the library for many more years, until his own steps slowed. He never saw the young woman again. The word vetiver was hers now, a seed from a forest she had never entered, to do with as she pleased. When he died, it was in his sleep, much as she had. The painting was left to the library, with a note requesting it be hung in a quiet corner. It hangs there still, a small study in gray, often overlooked. But sometimes, a patron will pause before it, feeling an inexplicable sense of calm, as if looking at a map of a journey long finished, where every turn, even the painful ones, had led, finally, home. The library was a good place to finish. The quiet was not the silence of hiding, but of absorption. You became part of the institution, a fixture as reliable as the card catalog. New technologies came, but he remained in the old wing. A guide to physical shelves, a curator of tangible pages. He found a strange contentment in helping students and scholars, in being a small part of their searches, their own personal trajectories. One day, shelving in the travel section, he found a book, misplaced. It was a modern guide to the deserts of the American Southwest. As he slid it into its correct slot, a folded sheet of paper, brittle with age, fluttered from between the pages. He bent, his knees protesting, and picked it up. It was a map. A photocopy of a hand-drawn topographic map of a canyon system, with precise, minute notations in his own handwriting. A plan from a lifetime ago. A different desert. He stared at it, the past rushing up not as a wave, but as a slow, rising tide. He had studied maps like this with an intensity that bordered on worship, each one a puzzle box containing money, or freedom, or death. He had given this one to a man named Beau, a week before the depot job. Beau had been a good driver, but careless with details. He must have tucked it into a book for safekeeping and forgotten it. And Beau had died in the fog, on a different shore. The map was a relic of a ghost, held by another ghost. He carried it to his small desk at the back of the stacks. For a long time, he simply looked at it, at the confident lines of his younger self, plotting a course through an arid maze. Then, methodically, he tore it into tiny, confetti-like pieces. He walked to the courtyard where the staff took their breaks, where a small stone fountain bubbled. He let the pieces fall into the water, where they darkened, blurred, and dissolved into pulp. It was the last tangible piece. Everything else was memory, or gesture, or held in the layers of gray paint on a small canvas in a quiet corner. His final years were a gradual dimming. The world became softer, quieter. He would often sit in the armchair in his room, facing her painting. He no longer saw the path or the fog. He saw only the balance of it, the composition. It was, as she had written, satisfactory. The end came on a Tuesday. He had finished his shift, reshelved a final cart of books on European railway histories, and walked home in a light rain. He made a cup of tea, sat in his chair, and did not wake up. The library staff found him 2 days later, peaceful, the tea cold on the table beside him. They handled his passing with the gentle efficiency of those who work among the dead of other centuries. His room held little: clothes, a few books, the painting. Following the note attached to its back, they brought the watercolor to the head librarian. It was hung, as requested, in a corner of the rare manuscripts reading room, a space of particular quiet. It did not look out of place among the illuminated texts and yellowed letters. It was simply another artifact, a beautiful one, hinting at a story no one would ever fully read. Years passed. The painting faded a little more under the careful, filtered light. One afternoon, a graduate student, researching coastal erosion patterns in the Pacific Northwest, was taking a break in the reading room. Her eyes were tired from microfiche. She leaned back, and her gaze settled on the small watercolor. She wasn't an art student, but something in it caught her. The weight of the path seemed to both invite and disappear. The texture of the fog felt less like a landscape and more like a state of mind. On a whim, she took out her phone and snapped a picture. Later, she applied a digital filter, sharpening the contrast, pulling out details. In the enhanced image, in the deepest gray of the cliff face, near the path's edge, shapes emerged that were invisible to the naked eye. Tiny, subtle, but deliberate. They were not words. They were a series of small, interconnected circles and lines, etched into the paint when it was wet. A constellation, a code without a key. The student showed it to a friend in the astronomy department. The friend, intrigued, ran the pattern through a star mapping program, adjusting for historical celestial positions. It didn't match any known constellation. But when the friend, as a joke, fed the pattern into a different program, one used for plotting global navigation routes, a single, specific coordinate resolved. It was a point in the North Atlantic, hundreds of miles from any shore, a place of deep water and wandering icebergs. The student wrote a small, speculative blog post about it, about hidden messages in art. It was read by a few dozen people, most of whom found it a charming mystery. One of those readers was an old man in a retirement home in Arizona, a former cartographer. He saw the blog post on his grandson's tablet. He looked at the coordinate for a long, long time. Then he closed his eyes and remembered a story he'd heard once from a man in a bar in Valparaiso about a legendary heist where the take was never found because the man who planned it believed that true value was not in possession, but in the idea of the secret itself. The old cartographer smiled to himself. Some maps, he thought, are not meant to be followed to their end. Their purpose is simply to exist, to suggest that somewhere, beyond the edge of the known, there is a perfect hidden point. And in the quiet library, the painting hung on, its secret now half revealed, yet more mysterious than ever. The path continued to fade into the gray, a journey forever in progress, watched over by the silent, knowing stars. Thank you for staying with me until the end of tonight's true crime tale. If this case captivated you, don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you won't miss tomorrow's investigation. And to help our channel continue bringing you these stories. Sleep well. Stay curious. And I'll be back tomorrow night with another true mystery from the shadows.